Alright guys, BLM here, back, another live stream. Dude, there's so much to talk about. So much shit to talk about too. What the fuck? I mean, like, actually, in terms of like reality shows, it's actually decent, right? But like, still, yeah. I think we gotta focus on 50 first. I mean, I feel like I gotta talk about 50. Like, that's the main thing. Like, again, 48 episode was good. Kind of weird editing, but like it was good. But what are we doing? Like, what the fuck is 50 at this point? And initially, straight up, initially I was not going to talk about 50 that much because like it's been getting out there that I'm like one of the people that's been leaking stuff. But it's out in the open right now, most of it. So I'm just gonna fucking talk about it anyway. Yeah. I mean, how much should I talk about? I'm debating like how much exactly I want to talk about because like there's stuff that is public, and then there's stuff that's like a little bit more detailed from Redmond. But yeah, the stuff that's public, Jesse and Carolyn are cut. They both announced that on their social medias. So 50, like essentially the cast is being finalized right now. People are getting cut. I guess I'll say this from the Redmond stuff. Supposedly it's been I'll talk about the Rome thing too. Supposedly it's been a New Era massacre, is what he's saying. And yeah, I mean, again, Carolyn and Jesse both openly said that they've been cut. Redmond essentially confirmed that. Also, Rome has said that he's been cut, which is interesting because like Redmond kind of said that he's heard his name, which made it like so. Rome was actually in the running, seemingly. Like he was part of the top 50, which I didn't expect that. I mean, it'll be fine if Rome's here right now. But yeah, so that's something too. I'm pretty sure Venus was caught. Like, I think Venus was caught a while ago. Yeah, so, okay, I'll just fucking say it anyway, right? Because it's out there. I already saw someone tweet about it anyway. Yeah, so in terms of New Era, Redmond has said that of his original list that he's had, only 3 are left. 3 that he's not sure about is the thing. It's not even that 3 are on, it's 3 that he has not heard about. So, like, literally everyone else is cut. Which is why he's saying it's a massacre. It is implied one of those is Q. Like Q, I mean, he openly said he does not know about Q. So that's something. Thank you, Linemelon, for a resub. Also, he said the 47 woman is someone that he does not know about. So I'm assuming that's Genevieve. So that's 2 of the 3. Who is the third? What a question. Like, I think based on all the news we've heard, like, I would assume it's Jonathan, but again, like, we really don't know. But still, oh, actually, this is something else to mention. Redmond has heard more names since this process has happened. So, like, there's probably more people in the running, but of the people that we knew were in the running from beforehand, those people are most of them are cut. So, like, actually, Shan does have a chance at this point. Because, like, we know Redmond did not know Shan, but considering Redmond now knows more names, Shan could theoretically be in the running. I think way higher. I think way highly of Jonathan. They do. I don't know if I do. Watch it be Xander. It could be Xander. No, it can't be Xander. Well, oh yeah. It could be the third. It could be Xander. Yeah. That was another thing. I might as well talk about this too because like this doesn't matter anymore. Redmond did the only like news that we got of the people in the running. Is the 41 people. He did confirm it was 2 men, 1 woman. And also confirmed it was not Evie or Tiffany. So again, we already knew Xander. I personally think it's Deshawn. People think it's Ricard. I very much thought it was Ricard. I think it was Deshawn, especially considering it lines up with the runner-up stuff from earlier. And also, I think the woman has to be Liana. Which, like, no one's talking about this because, like, people are assuming it's Shan. Like, again, Redmond said he heard these names a while back, and he's confirmed multiple times in the last few months that, like, he had not heard of Shan. So, like, I think it's Liana because it has to be a post-merger. It has to be a post-merger woman that isn't Shan. It isn't Erica because she won. It isn't Sydney because she's on Challenge, and it's not Tiffany. So like at that point, it's either Liana or Heather, I believe, are like the only two other options. So, and like considering Liana was in the running for Challenge, like it's not out of the round possibility. But again, like she's cut by now. Like it doesn't really matter. 49. I mean, like there is news of 49 in the sense that they're flying out like in a week or so, like within the week. Don't know who any of the people are, but it's happening very, very soon. Jonathan shouldn't be on if CBS is forcing Legends. I mean, we don't know if he's on. Actually, this is the thing too. Is like also it's like, like even the people that aren't necessarily like that Redmond has not heard about doesn't mean that those people are on, right? Like that Q could still be cut, Genevieve could still be cut. It just means that like he hasn't heard that they've been cut. I would say the thing that makes me think it's Jonathan is because I think Jonathan is a big name to Redmond. And I feel like the fact that he went out and confirmed, like he's like been talking big names and has talked about, again, Q has talked about, Jesse has talked about Carolyn, but didn't mention Jonathan, I think makes me think that Jonathan's probably one of the other people. Because I feel like he would be making more of a deal about Jonathan being cut. I don't know. Again, the 49 thing, I think, was Dierks Bentley, and he's confirmed himself that he's out. Who I think are locks for 50? Right now, Cirie is the biggest lock on the board. Like, I think Cirie's definitely on. I would say it's looking pretty good for, like, Jerry and Colby, looking pretty good for Stephanie, looking pretty good for... Oh, yeah, something else to mention. Again, this is social media stuff, not even, like, Redmond stuff or anything. Sean Richter's hanging out with Boston Rob today. And like Boston Rob posted on his Instagram and everything to where maybe, hopefully, please. I think this is essentially going to be Heroes or Villains mixed with Game Changers, I think. And also like a sprinkle of other like one-time players. I don't think pre-gaming, but I think like asking for advice. Yeah, I would say I hope Colby is confirmed to be in the running. Colby is not confirmed to be on the cast. No one's confirmed to be on the cast. But in terms of like what we know about like how they're trying to get bigger names, CBS essentially forced them to pick bigger names. Like we know Colby, like we know, so like based on Redmond's previous information, we knew it was Jerry and Colby as the Australian Outback people. We have not heard anything about Lex. Yeah, Miles is winning. I mean, it's over. Chance of Kaylin if Australian Survivor's actually doing something weird here. But yeah, I think it's Kaylin. Or if I think it's Miles. Let me say a comment about Cirie. Wait, I didn't think she was on a month or so ago. Like ago, you mean? I mean, because at the time we thought it was Second Chance. Like, what, a month and a half ago? By the way, I made an entire timeline of all the Redmond information. It was on the initial spreadsheet. I decided to take it off because I feel like that's too openly leaking things. So, yeah, I have it on my own. Like, I'll probably post it, like, when the 50 cast comes out or something. But, like, that way, like, you can see the entire timeline of, like, all the Redmond information, like, what I was thinking at the time, and all that sort of stuff. New Assassin's Creed emote, thank God. I think Venus is definitely cut by now. There's no way Venus is on. Redmond was not even confident that Venus was in the running even before these cuts. Like, he said that he heard Venus's name a while back. But then even, like, more recently, when talking about 46, he only mentioned Q. Or, like, a 46 male as the person that he's heard about. To where, like, he didn't even mention Venus. So, I think Venus has probably been out for a while. I think Sean Rector posts. I mean, maybe. I mean, yeah, the cast supposedly is not, like, final yet. Or at least it's not known to be final yet, at least. Like, Redmond doesn't know if the cast is finalized. But, like, it seems like we're still in a world where, like, there still are other calls to be made. So, again, maybe they haven't made a decision on them yet. Hunter's a lock? Hunter's definitely not a lock. I doubt Hunter was even in the running. Like, knowing who was in the running, and who wasn't called and stuff, I doubt Hunter was called. Like, I'd be pretty surprised. But, and also definitely not in the running now. Like, when we're getting, like, again, it's looking like what? We're probably going to get, like, 5 New Era people, possibly. Like, there's no way Hunter's in the running at that point. Unless we're talking about Hunter Ellis, which that's even funnier. When I think the cast confirmed by what? Like, confirmed to us, or confirmed as in, like, the cast themselves know? The cast themselves know within the next few days. When will Redmond start dropping hints to that? Probably in a week or so. When will we know for sure exactly who it is? When they fly out, which is in 2 months. There's a Game Changers versus Genevieve and Q. I mean, kind of. Yeah, I mean, the cast is, like, radically different than what I thought it was going to be. Obviously, because, like, I just assumed it was going to be majority New Era. Actually, even Redmond assumed it was going to be majority New Era, like, a month ago. I literally, like, went through all of Redmond's messages and, like, read them all back. To, like, piece together the timeline of everything. It's like, yeah. It's like, even Redmond assumed it was going to be, like, majority New Era, like, what, a couple weeks ago? Just in Caroline get cut is crazy, yeah. I didn't think Jeff cried as much as he did tonight. Let's see if it's still no New Era on 50. I mean, I wonder what Jeff is thinking through this. Because this is clearly not what he would want, right? Like, there's no way that he actually wants this. That was going to be New Era versus Legends. It could have been. It's clearly not anymore. Unless they're getting, like, real... Because, like, yeah, if Carolyn... The thing is, like, if Carolyn and Jesse are getting cut, like, who is on then, right? Because, like, those are two of the biggest names in the New Era. Carolyn especially. Like, actually, what's also funny about the Carolyn thing is that Jeff had to be convinced to ask Carolyn only for him to cut Carolyn. I do find that very funny. The fact that, like, Carolyn supposedly wasn't given, like, an initial call because they were like, because Jeff was annoyed that she was on Traders, then I would assume it was a spot where, like, CBS was like, hey, you gotta call Carolyn. And then he was like, okay, I guess we'll call Carolyn. And then now it's CBS that's likely putting in the thing that's taking her out of the running. New Era refs are gonna be nobodies. I don't know if they're gonna be nobodies. Again, if Q makes the cut, I mean, I think Q's one of the bigger names on the board. I mean, Genevieve is still, like, a decently big name. Again, who knows who's coming from 48, 47. Like, who else? Then, what? Again, if you consider Jonathan a big name. Speaking of Jonathan, like, even Joe Magnanello, I think it was it him or was it David? There was a there was an article that came out about, like, from Dionodu Island, where, like, David was, like, complaining about the New Era and everything. And I forgot if it was him or Joe that talked about it, but even, like, he mentioned, like, one of the only New Era people that they like is Jonathan. I think people do underestimate how popular Jonathan is within the casual community. Yeah, I think Say's definitely looking good. I mean, like, not looking good to be on, but, like, I think looking good to be one of the 48 people in contention. Do I think get a rock draw? I mean, we're clearly going to get close, right? Considering AJ, like, is voting, talking about a rock draw, so hopefully it'd be cool. I mean, they're clearly, like, setting it up for it, which is a very Australian Survivor thing to do. But well, like, if this was Survivor US and got this preview, I would say no way. But this is Australian Survivor, so it's like there's a chance. Wish we got direct reports about the casting process, but it would be a shit show. I mean, how direct do you want to know? I know Redmond did say that he's going to reveal all the names he's heard eventually, like, when the cast flies out and that sort of thing. So it'll be interesting to see, like, the finalized list of who's everybody's heard. Jonathan on Dondi 3, I mean, maybe. Who knows? I know Jesse and, like, Carolyn's campaigning for Dondi, right? And then tagged Jesse saying "see you on Dondi" or whatever after, like, he announced that he was out. It's even for New Era to be on, it would be Carolyn and Q. Yeah, again, I literally on my lock list, I believe it's just Carolyn and Q, right? which obviously not a lock anymore. I feel like Kaylin might get rocked out. Would Kaylin get rocked out? Don't know. Just for the threaten to quit CBS told him to cut New Era. I mean, that's not very Jeff of him. But 150, if past 50 will get New Era All-Stars. I think there's still a shot of second chance. I think my worry, I think it comes down to how 50 goes. Because again, like 50 is a spot where it's the first returning season in a while. Jeff himself has been very anti-returning seasons recently. So I feel like he's going to need to like have a fun, like, I don't know, have fun making 50 essentially. It depends on how 50 goes. If 50 ends up being a shit show and they hate it, then I think we're not getting returnees until like 60. If he loves it, then again, potentially new returnee season like soon after that. Logan rock now? I mean, I don't know. Jeff for Dondi season 3. I mean, that's a. I mean, okay. I guess let's talk about Survivor, right? I guess the episode from today. A weird episode. I thought it was good, and obviously like the entire like Eva stuff was very like impactful. The vote off was like edited very strange, and like I wonder if it was a spot where like they just simply didn't have the footage. Because like the fact that they didn't show like any of the setup to the actual ultimate, like they show, and I guess like maybe that's spoiling it too much, seeing like Cedric go to Chrissy and Mitch. Also, I see people like talking about how Mitch was blindsided by this. I feel like definitely Mitch split the vote, right? Like it definitely wasn't a spot where they blindsided Mitch. That makes no sense. Like it's definitely a spot where like they told Mitch to vote for Say to split the vote in the case that Bianca had an idol. Yeah, it did seem like genuinely last minute. Best episode because Jeff cried. I mean, I don't know about that. See Kristen or Kate getting rocked out. Yeah, or Morgan. I mean, like, if this is Survivor US, it would be Morgan or Kristen, I think. It would definitely be like an under-edited player who are not really meant to care that much about. Yeah, Bianca going was very obvious edit-wise, especially considering Say did not have that big of an edit in the back portion of the episode, in a spot where like she's obviously like the biggest character of the season. So you would think if she were to go home, they would like focus a lot more on her. And also like Bianca's like uptick in content very much felt like this like typical like downfall sort of thing. Yeah, in terms of power ranking, I don't really know, to be honest. Like I think I have a top 3. And, like, I decided to still land Joe at number 1. I don't know if that's actually true. Like, I don't really know if I, like, genuinely still have Joe at 1. But I just didn't bother, like, fully thinking it through. But I thought it was still a good episode for Joe, despite the fact that he got no confessionals. Like, he was just so impactful to the episode. Obviously, like, with the Eva moment, also got to talk about, like, his background and everything. To where, again, like, for Joe himself, like, nothing really changed. I think the fact that this big moment happened so early on in the season is a little bit worrying for Joe. But I still feel like Joe has a lot of longevity. We'll have to see how next episode goes, though, to really like lock that in. I have Eva 2. Same thing, pretty much. I mean, just like such over-the-top content, but like also necessary. But I feel like even within that, she got like good content. Like she still got to talk about like being like anti-charity. She got to talk about. I imagine someone takes that out of context. That'll be funny. But you got to talk about the like relationship with Star after she gets the idol and everything. Like I felt like her content even outside of the big moment was still very good. And then I have Camilla 3. Where, like, I think Camilla's edit definitely feels like it's having a bit of an, like, uptick in terms of, like, because obviously she's always been present and has been shown as, like, a, like, kind of game body player. But now I feel like she's actually, like, getting personal content. Like, it feels like there's a little bit more depth there, especially with her being to narrate the scene that, like, has that alliance coming together, which seems like an important, like, alliance. So, like, I feel like Camilla's definitely starting to go up. I do worry about Camilla being like the dragon of the season though. But yeah, Charity's definitely merge boot, 100%. I would be very surprised if Charity's not merge boot. Like, it just feels like everything is set up in that way. It feels like she's edited similarly to most of the other Mergatory boots. She literally got like this, like, for no reason, negativity in this episode where she's just like, Eva just out of the blue talks about how fake she is. It could be Say's also an option. I think those are probably like the two. Like, if Say goes, obviously it would be a very like Rome style like edit. Yeah, I think those are like the two options. I don't really see anybody else being Mergatory. Jeffros wrote an essay for Variety. What do you write? I've been too busy watching Amazing Race and following all the 50 shit. By the way, pretty much nothing on Fire. I can't even remember like a thing on Fire. That was that like important. Oh, here I see it. Oh, he actually wrote about this moment? That was really that impactful. I mean, like, I think in that spot, like, whoever of Joe and Eva that, like, if one of them, well, I guess, like, again, obviously, like, if neither of them win, then, like, obviously, they both of them be in the running, but, like, again, I think they possibly could be in the running, obviously, right? Like, obviously, like, they're really hyping up how big of a moment this is. In the preseason, Probst's really propping them up, too. Like, I do feel like, it's, like, I think they're definitely, like, potential returnees. Joe, number one out there, episode 5 is outrageous, is it? I think it's, like, it's close between, like, Eva and Camilla. I think the problem with Joe is obviously the fact that it's, like, a lot of over-the-top sort of content. Like, he's so clearly hero. But that's, like, kind of the edit I'm expecting of him, right? It's like the reason why Joe is number one is because the assumption that they love this season because someone like Joe goes on to win. And that they can't hide themselves from... And, like, the thing is also, Joe's not even, like that... Like, it's not like he's overexposed. Like, it's a very, like, Tom Westman-like edit. And the fact that he's getting a lot of positivity, but not even, like, the number one character on the season. To where, obviously, like, banking on a, like, Tom Westman-style edit is not really, like, the smartest thing to do, but I think with the knowledge that this is also, like, a season that they clearly love, and the fact that they hyped up Joe so much coming into the season, also in the preview, he's at the beginning and the end, also got 2 personal segments at this point, it's like, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of good Joe content. Thoughts on driver's seat? I thought it was kind of lame how it played out, but I think it's a good concept. And, like, to be fair, it still caused, like, some drama to where we'll see where that goes. But I think in terms of the actual task, it didn't seem like it mattered that much. I dropped Mitch quite a bit. I think I have him at, like, 7 or 8 at this point. Maybe 6. I also dropped Mary a decent chunk. Like, for me right now, like I said, this is, like, I said the top 3. I think beyond that, you can go top 5 with David. I have David at 4. I think the thing that's still, like, weird about... Like, I feel like David feels much more like a losing finalist to me than, like, a winner. Like, I don't really get, like, winnery vibes, but I feel like the content is there for a potential winner. But I would not bank on him actually being the winner. But we're getting, like, a lot of focus on him. Like, he feels like more like a... Actually, I'm trying to... Who even... Well, Say has the most confessionals, right? So it's not going to be Say. But anyway, it's like recently with Runners Up, they like to make the Runners Up the, like, biggest, like, narrator of the season. And, like, David's been getting, like, so many, like, narrational sort of confessionals. Where, like, in the past few seasons, we had, like, Charlie. We had Austin. Actually, we had Sam. I skipped Sam. But it's always been, like, this... Like, for the last 3 seasons, like, the runner-up of the season... is essentially this, like, main narrator for the season, and I feel like David kind of feels in line with that. I don't think David's like Ben. I think David's like Sam, I guess, more similarly. I guess, like, the Dodo-ish part of it, I guess, is not necessarily Sam, but even then, that kind of disappeared after, like, episode 2. I mean, I guess he did get, like, a segment about milk, didn't he? But anyway, then 5, I have Xiaoheen. And, like, for me, Xiaoheen's in the spot where, like, the question is how intentional was episode 4? Was episode 4 intentionally this, like, episode that was supposed to be his adversity? Do I believe that was what was happening? Not really, but I think that's at least still a possibility. So I feel like this was a good episode for Xiaoheen. The fact that he got personal content, the fact that he has a new alliance already, the fact that we're meant to be like seeing him like rise up, the fact that like he has like the confessionals talking about how like, oh, Thomas was my #1 ally and he's gone or whatever. Now obviously an issue is the fact that they didn't really establish that relationship like properly, where like we actually saw like Xiaoheen wind the like or like being like antagonistic towards Thomas. But again, I think there's like foundations there that are fine. Yeah, I think that is very inconsistent. But yeah, then I think 6 I have Mitch then, right? I think at 6 would be Mitch. I think it's Mitch, then Mary, then Kyle, then, which by the way, Kyle is so dead. Like the fact that like we got this like big personal segment for everyone on that tribe except for Kyle. Like literally all, like what was it? Xiaoheen, Camilla, Joe all got to talk about their backgrounds, and then they just like skipped out on Kyle. Like it's so funny. But which is funny because like Kyle's also like #2 in the confessional count. Yeah, he just like feels like he has like no like substance to his edit at all. It's possible Kyle just doesn't have that kind of story. I mean, he clearly was like talking with the group though. You could have like done like you could have at least like focused on him to some degree. Yeah, Kyle's just normal, but also like, again, even beyond that, it's like his edit is still like very bland. Good for everyone on Vula except Kyle. Yeah. But yeah, who's after Kyle? I guess I'll actually open it. Camera instantly cut to Kyle when they mentioned Jim Crow. I mean, I think that's something they would do, I guess. Who do I have at 9? I'm trying to open the spreadsheet. There we go. Oh, Chrissy, which at that point, like, you know, you're like, all these people are dead. I have Chrissy at 9. I mean, she's dead though. Charity 10. Again, Charity's going home next episode, but I feel like at least there is that like good setup in like the fact that she got an opening confessional about her occupation. But again, she's dead. Say at 11. I just Say's not winning this season. Like I feel like this episode like very much tried to like set up Say as like this antagonist that like Eva beats. Like the fact that we got like so much negativity about Say early on, and then like we get to the challenge where like they're like cutting back and forth between Eva and Say, like as if it's like Eva's the good person, Say is the bad person. Like I don't feel like that's how they would want to portray their winner. Star's at 12. Like actually maybe Star should be higher than Say, like if there is this like setup of this like Star Eva relationship. I mean that's like okay, I guess. But like also it doesn't fucking matter. And then last is Cedric, just because the fact that this is also the funny thing about Cedric, the fact that he's this important to the season, like the fact that he once again is like this integral like piece of this vote that determines the entire round, and he's still just so like underdeveloped despite that. Like he's been like involved in like 2 massive vote offs now, and just has like very little substance. Again, there's no way that Cedric's winning this season. Good purple video. You mean the purple edit video? I actually don't like that video, to be honest. If I were to redo, I would have done so much different with that video. Like I think I would have like actually streamlined it to just people I consider purple edits, and I think I would have done a separate video, more so than like a purple edit video. But whatever. Is there a good player? Depends on what we're like. I think he's good for longevity. I don't think he's good to win. Is stream buffering? I see it on my end, but also like wouldn't be that shocking, even though my internet's actually not been that bad recently. Starting Eva could be to do a Jefferson. No, he openly said that it was Say and Mary, which to be fair is probably a knock against Star at that point. Yeah, strategically he's really bad. Jonathan and Anna really screwed up. Yeah, I think they screwed up everything. Like, actually, really, the driver's seat, it's like they were gonna piss off people like no matter what. It's like obviously they could have done some things differently, but like I don't think the choices that they made were that egregious outside of like again, like putting Bernie and Kerrigan at 25 was kind of insane, and then I think the issue is more so from the fact they used Express Pass. I think that's what makes the choice dumb. Where like I think if they were doing the challenge, like that's fine to put all the top teams at the like have to do the most work because that just makes sense. The fact that you're also using your Express Pass in that point is just idiotic. Like that makes no sense why you would do that. Who I think is winning. I think it's between. Actually, is this Carson and Jack? So Carson, Jack, Scott and Lori. I would say Scott and Lori probably went down after this episode because then we're getting this like negativity about them and like, oh, they're not as bad as they like say or whatever. And it's like propping them up as a threat or whatever. I feel like that's not like a typical like Amazing Race sort of thing. So I think it's them two, and then probably Alyssa and Josiah. I think also have a shot. Yeah, it's like the sort of like boring, like the like Kelsey and Joey sort of team. Imagine Cedric convince Chrissy to do this, then vote her out anyway. I mean, that would be funny. I mean, actually, that's very possible, right? He could have done that. Because like he essentially made it a 2-1-1. Which actually, yeah, that puts a like Chrissy and Mitch like have to put a lot of trust into Cedric with this, right? Because like with them splitting the vote the way they did, they're essentially opening up that Cedric literally is the only person that matters. Once again. Guys, debate a friend who's a better player, Jeremy or David Jeanette. I would say Jeremy, I think, but I think it's close. I think they're on the same caliber. And then Tyson, I would say probably David above Tyson. Just because I think Tyson's shown like more inconsistency, but to be fair, that's also because we've just seen more of him, right? Because like realistically, it's like if we just took Tyson's Tocantins run and Tyson's Blood vs. Water run, that's essentially David. But I think it's the fact that we also saw Heroes and Villains and we also saw Winners at War. I think that's like what knocks him down a little bit. I thought Dondi was shit, to be honest. Yeah, first ever 2-on-1 Survivor US, which is kind of insane. Or Carolyn and Jesse cut from 50 because they're seemingly going for legends. Which I'm genuinely, like, Jesse, I've always said this, that Jesse's, like, he's on the edge. Like, Jesse being cut, like, it's disappointing, but it's not, like, the most mind-blowing thing ever. Carolyn being cut after the point where, like, essentially CBS forced them to call Carolyn to begin with, that is the more mind-blowing thing. Like, I am, like, mind-blown that Carolyn got cut. Like, that makes no sense to me. Joy Dondi, I hated it because it was essentially spoiled to me. And I thought it was just so dumb. Like, the entire fucking episode. Like, also just the editing of the episode so fucking stupid. The entire, like, Deal or No Deal game when it's like, obviously he's not going to take the deal considering there's fucking 20 minutes left. Like, none of this fucking matters. So, like, I thought it was all really fucking stupid. But also, like, the fact that Joe spoiled that person gets the biggest prize, which also, funny, isn't the biggest prize anymore because of Beast Games. Like, upping the prize to the 10 million. But yeah, the original stream time, I mentioned this in whatever I played yesterday, Casting Frankstone, I played yesterday. But yeah, I mentioned that I was gonna name the stream title Fuck Joe Magnanello, but and there's other important shit to put in the title. In a novel about Carolyn being cut, it really makes me think she has a good chance of never coming back ever. Depends on when the next returning season is. What CBS is forcing everybody to say they're not on, that doesn't really make sense. Because why only Jesse and Carolyn? And also, Carolyn did this before. Like, Carolyn's literally doing the same thing that happened when she wasn't called initially. Because if you remember, like, that's the entire reason why I started filing the 50 rumor mill, is because Carolyn made a post on Instagram, like, about, like, why I should be on Survivor 50, which was, like, immediately after availability calls finished. And, like, Carolyn didn't get one. That's when Redmond was posting that, yeah, Carolyn didn't get called. Like, she's literally acting the exact same way of essentially going on Instagram and complaining about it. Jason, Amy, your favorite Amazing Race winners ever? That's random, but whatever. But again, it's not even Redmond. It's literally Carolyn. It's Carolyn and Redmond together. So it's like, hey, it's real. Like it's happening. Like, like you're truly delusional if you do not think this is real. I mean, we just don't know about Andy. Like, there's no info about Andy. Yeah, I hope Sean Rector makes it. I've not even seen the 41. I mean, like, maybe I have. I don't. I generally don't remember who's been eliminated at this point. I don't really care anymore, to be honest. Sean Rector's definitely not a bigger name than Carolyn. But also, they're fighting for different slots, though. I think the bigger thing is, like, are they picking Genevieve over Carolyn? Because that's a very strange choice to me. Because obviously they're like, even though they're different archetype wise, they're both like white women, and like we know that's like Jeff at least wants to try to keep diversity mandate in place. So like if they are doing that, like they are occupying like a similar sort of casting slot as a new era white woman. So like, is this a spot where they're actually picking Genevieve over Carolyn? Because that's kind of insane. This includes Cesternino. Again, I just have not heard anything about Cesternino. I would also we can cross off Stephen Fishback, right? Even though, like, yeah, I always assumed he would say no, but the fact that Stephen Fishback is openly talking about the 50 rumors, I would cut him off, right? Like, he's definitely not on. But yeah, again, just have not heard anything about Rob Cesternino. But also, again, Redmond knows new people now, so it's like, who the fuck? It really just opens it up. Like, it's actually like kind of a weird thing where like it's actually the opposite now. It's like now like it's like the people that we know were in the running for Redmond. Like, it feels like that list actually has like less precedent, especially from New Era perspective, because it's actually more likely now from New Era, especially, that people that weren't on Redmond's list are on than the people that are on Redmond's list. And Sabaya's out. There's no way Sabaya's on anymore. She definitely got cut along the way. I am scared of diversity mandate being broken. It depends on how much CBS puts their foot down on that. Doing a Last of Us game marathon. We're playing entirety of a... I mean, I could do that for a daytime stream if I speed random. The problem is obviously, like, I'm streaming through the PlayStation, so I have to break up the VOD. But, like, I could theoretically do that. It'd probably take, like, what? Yeah, probably around, like, 13, 14 hours, maybe. Like, I've played Last of Us 1 in less than 5 on stream. Like, even, like using speedrun strats, but, like, watching the cutscenes. So then, like, Last of Us 2, I think probably, like, 7 or 8 hours. So I could theoretically do that. By the way, this is the last stream for daytime stream, right? Which, again, will be on Saturday. At probably 1 p.m.? We'll see. I'll probably be here for 12 hours or whatever. We'll see how that goes. So it seems like Rome made it this far. Yeah, again, that's what I was saying. Like, I'm surprised Rome made it that far. Like, I'm not shocked that Rome was, like, on their boards as someone to bring back. Like, and it depends on how much you believe Rome. Like, Rome himself, like, was in chat saying that he like, production's fine with him. To where, again, and also this is all, it's all kind of all coming from, again, Redmond, like did not directly say that Rome was a name he heard, but he, like, after Rome had posted that, he did, like, state that, yeah, I've been hearing more 47 people that were in the running. So, like, through that, it's like, it kind of implies that Rome was one of those people, but it doesn't necessarily, like, lock in that Rome, like, for all we know, like, Rome's just, like, making it up, but, like, I'm inclined to think Rome actually was in the running, though, considering, like, I do think things line up for that. But yeah, I'm surprised he made the top 50, though. Yeah, what happened at 50 is Carolyn, Jesse got cut. New Era's almost entirely gone from Redmond's. Like, all the New Era people from Redmond's lists are almost entirely gone. He's down to 3 that he does not know about, not that they're even on the cast. So yeah. Need Wingstop and Dr. Pepper to celebrate. I mean, I had Wingstop, what, a week and a half ago, I think? Oh, no, actually, no, a week ago. Yeah, it was literally a week ago from, yeah, today. But, yeah, not dying to have it again. Should I start playing the game? Oh, is it? So I forgot you did ask about the hookup spoilers. I did see that. Um, which like is this that spoilery? I think this is like because like this happened supposedly at the beginning of the season. I don't think this is that spoilery, right? But that D was hooking up bananas, which yeah, I mean, I think that's a downgrade for her, but yeah, whatever. You do you. Um, Thoughts on oh yeah, have I not? Yeah, I guess I haven't really talked about it. I think it's lower than Heroes of Villains as of right now, but it still has the chance of still going up. I mean, if we get a Rock Troll next episode, I think that's obviously increasing its odds of being higher than Heroes of Villains. But yeah, I thought this last week was pretty good. I mean, I'm trying to remember the individual episodes. Um, like we got the Miles Idol play, and then we got the Karin votes. What was the episode before that? Even though that was last stream, right? Um, Why am I blinking? What was the first episode? Oh, it was the non-limb. Okay, I guess that was whatever, actually. um, but I thought like this last episode in particular was very, very good. Um, yeah, that was. I think the way that twist played out was just kind of like whatever. To me. Well, I mean, obviously Karin played it poorly. Um, I think the issue with Karin is that she just simply did not have the relationship she thought she had. By the way, I am working on the AE script at this point. I'm trying to remember where it was last stream in terms of working on stuff. Was I think I finished the BB Can video already, right? Right? Yeah, because I finished the Jeff Probst episode video. So yeah, I've edited the winter edit video. That's what I edited the history of the winter edit video, which I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. I feel like that's like a decent like rundown of how winners have been edited. And then I edited the top 10 A&W video, which is a fucking mess. But that's whatever. And then now I'm working on the AU script, which... And by script, I'm not really like scripting. I'm more so just combing through notes, but it's also taking a while. But also, to be fair, I was distracted with 50 shit today also. And also, like, had to watch Survivor and Amazing Race and whatever. Also, I did watch $1 Million Secret. That was that show, right? Which I thought was pretty good. Like, I thought it was pretty decent. Like, it's not like the greatest show ever or anything. But, like, I thought it was, like, a decent, like, Traders-esque sort of show. While coming, have the time to do Traders since he's in Avengers. I doubt he's, like, that important to Avengers, is he? You were entertained from the A&W video? I mean, I think the funniest thing to me is me using Drew Dressel's mugshot for his image in, like, when I talk about him. But yeah, that video is a mess because I actually don't necessarily agree with my number 10 pick anymore, but I also, like, just did not feel like actually re-editing everything because it would have been such a pain. So, like, I essentially, like recorded, like, a little bit more to, like, try to rationalize it, even though I don't actually agree with it anymore. But it's whatever. Like that we know who the millionaire is. Yeah, I mean, like, it's very Traders-esque, right? Like, we know who the trader is, and we follow their perspective. But also, I like the idea that they can, like, stop being the trader, essentially. I think that's, like, an interesting dynamic. Which video? I mean, either way, both are coming out next month. Towards the end of next month. Both, like, yeah. So, like, in terms of videos I just edited, the BB Cam 3 video is coming out, I believe, April 9th is the current date. Jeff Probst's favorite episodes is, like, April 19th. Winter edit video is like a week from then, so it's what, 26th, and then A&W video is the Wednesday after that, so I guess 30th as of right now. And that could get delayed, the A&W video in particular. The rest are pretty locked in, but like the A&W video definitely is like one where, like, if like Traders Cast comes out or something, like that video definitely gets bumped. Yeah, I watched the premiere of Traders Quebec season 2. I don't know if there were more episodes or not, but I did watch the premiere and it was fine. It was essentially them doing episode 1 of Canada again. But surprised Audrey didn't get picked for Traders. But there's 10 to 11 episodes. I mean, I assume so. You know, BB Can 3 as a whole, I still like it. I get why it's not, like, well received by most, but I do like it. Trey's cast is the rest of Redmond's list. Imagine. Thoughts on Karn and Pauly? I mean, Karn I think is a like competent player, but one that just like is pretty bad strategically and like obviously just gets outplayed by AJ by the end. Obviously plays that entire like final round weird. Like why'd you do that? Pauly just is a bit of a mess. Seems too cautious. Kind of, but like the thing is like she's like I think she's like the queen of half measures. Like she's like willing to do things to show that she's against you, but not willing to actually take you out. Like she's doing all these things like to show AJ that I'm not going to follow you, but then like not actually taking AJ out. Like her wanting to like split the vote 4-3 against AJ for no fucking reason. We don't know about Ozzy at this point. Because again, like at this point, like we don't know about a lot of people. Because it's like assume like so like Redmond has said since he's heard the cuts he's also heard new people, so like Ozzy could be one of those people, and Ozzy would fit in line with the type of like the caliber of people we're like expecting on the cast. But also I don't know if CBS wants Ozzy. Is something I'm personally not sure about. 48 would probably surpass Green Run 2. I think it's lined up to be around the same, I think, but we'll see. Is Karn even better than Morgan? Player-wise? Probably not. Character-wise? Probably. I mean, definitely. No, I mean, yeah, I think Venus has been cut for a while, if I were to guess. It would be funny. I mean, that would be the world we're in, right? Because I doubt Jeff wants Ozzy on this season. So it would be funny if it's like CBS once again forcing him to put Ozzy on. I was like, that in general is the thing I'm most disappointed with this, is that this is clearly a CBS like influenced cast, right? It's which like essentially means like go back to Game Changers, because that was a very CBS like influenced cast. So I'm worried we're gonna get that, because I generally don't think Jeff wants it to be this way. Like again, like for there to be like so few new era people, bring back all the big legends and everything. It's like I don't know if that's what Jeff had in mind with this season. Not necessarily, because I do think there's a lot of older school people. Not a lot, but there's some older school people in the running that are BIPOC. Again, you got Suri, Sean Rector. Again, like I don't know if Sydney makes the cut anymore. Abby Maria, Tasha. Because we definitely need a Tasha return. Imagine Tasha makes this cast. Like, why the fuck is Tasha making this cast but not Carolyn? Like, that'd be insane, right? Legend of Moan feature Joe and Eva. Yeah, I think it's great. Very emotional. I not love Jeff interjecting immediately after that. Oh, Ty also, yeah. Like I feel fairly confident Ty was on Redmond's list. Again, the thing is, like, we still don't know about winners. Like Redmond still said that he like is still unsure about winners. But at this point, who the fuck knows? Like it's essentially everything's up in the air. If Joe does not win this season, I think it's very likely we see Joe in 50. But we'll have to see. Especially, again, if this is a CBS choice, like, it seems like CBS loves Joe and Eva, right? Considering, like, this, like, preview is all about Eva's relationship. This entire season seems to be, like, so focused in on Joe and Eva to where, like, I assume Joe and Eva are, like, people that CBS would like to see back. Yeah, he made it about him essentially by the end. That's typical Jeff fare. Michelle Yee's not on this season. Who'd be the Haley Ford of the cast? I do wonder, like, what if like some like really random new era person makes it on? Like, and they cut Carolyn, they cut Jesse, but then fucking like I don't know, Mariah makes the cast or something. Mariah, like I guess either of Mariah would be like funny. But also, again, bad for Omer. I think Omer's probably cut. Mike Turner's probably cut by now. Again, all the 41 people are probably cut. Again, Xander maybe has a chance. Sarah Wade, yeah, I mentioned Sarah Wade. Matt Blankenship, yeah. Um, I still are we gonna get any 45 people? It's not looking good, right? For 45 still. Actually, it looks even worse for 45. Um, Gem. I mean, maybe. Is AJ better than Ferris? No. I don't think I think AJ is like a little bit underrated by people, but I would not say he's better than Ferris, especially at this point. Um, AJ's getting better as the game goes. Is AJ legit elite Survivor player? I think as of right now, I'd probably land him like top 20. We'll see how the rest of the season plays out. Yeah, I was thinking about this. When should we do the 50 draft? Because I feel like it's already like a little bit too late. And this is we're already hearing about people not on. But yeah, I was thinking like, should we do it like next? Should we do it again? Obviously, the option is tonight. We could do it on the daytime stream. I was planning on doing it like about a week from now. Like I was thinking like beginning of April was like the time to do it, especially considering I believe that would mean 3 months since the last one. But I don't know. Maybe I'll do it during daytime. I don't know. How many people are gonna be at the daytime stream now? It sounds like it'll be that many. Caleb's the only one for 45. I mean, like, I think the thing with Caleb is, like, I feel like he's definitely one of the people that got cut, right? Is Caleb, like, again, if fucking, Jesse can't make it on, is Caleb making it on? I don't think Austin has that good of a chance. Daytime streams is Saturday. At least that's the intention. Like I would be fine moving it to Sunday if people want it on Sunday. Because like it really doesn't matter to me. I've like both days off, so like yeah, this Saturday. The what is that, 29th? Yeah, 29th. Am I gonna play the game? What a question. If Kieran got cut, everybody got cut. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what I think at least most people. But yeah, I'll play the game. Oh no, I have to actually accept something. Wait, do you actually have to scroll through the entire thing? They didn't put a thing that you could just scroll to the bottom? Cool. Masterpiece. But I think actually I would have Beast Games lower. I have All-Stars. I think I have All-Stars Rivals above Masonry's 37. Beast Games below. Outside, I think that's about right. Generally, I don't even know what this game's like really about. I know it's like a Toriyama. Oh, I could just do that. Cool. Well, there we go. Let's turn that down, I guess, just to be safe. I'll do easy. Fuck it. Which I'll be. I mean, that's looking like it's not that far off from that. Mark Wales versus Ferris. I have Ferris above Mark Wales. It's like kind of close-ish, but I have Ferris above him. Daytime stream is I'm gonna platinum Life is Strange double exposure. Because I don't know when I'm gonna have the time to do it otherwise, and I planned on doing it like at some point. So I have an entire guide on what I have to do.
Oh, so cool. Oh, let me play with it too.
Well, you don't think double exposure is the greatest game of all time? Is David the Golden God now? I mean, he was before. Now he's just super golden. As new era secretary for 51, not great, but not possible. I mean, the year, like I saw people talking about this, about the year, like the year-long celebration could be like 50-51. They've already said what the year-long celebration is. This is the year-long celebration. Like when they announced in the Hands of the Fans, they openly said this is the year-long celebration in the lead up to 50, not the year of 50. It's like in the lead up to 50. It's the fan vote. It's the fact that they're doing all these like fan events. Am I in game? Oh, I am. Like this is the year-long celebration.
Gotta catch him first.
Congratulations to Camilla for winning 48. I would not feel that confident.
Stay with him.
I'll say it's a good spot to have her pop. Considering this is kind of where like Kenzie did too.
Demon! Step on it! Whoops. You've been spotted.
Yeah, so I'll probably just do it on Saturday. Well, to be fair, like David already was contracted to do A vs. World before Dondi. Where like Parvati said, this is like with Parvati, like Parvati signed up for A vs. the World before she was even contacted for Dondi. Like she was actually like prepping for A vs. the World and then got the Dondi offer. Despite the fact that like Dondi filmed first, and I assume David's the same way. Mind you, like David also seems to be very open about wanting to do other shows still, despite the fact that he just won like almost $6 million. Not Survivor US, but other shows. We talked about it last stream. That got confirmed like in the exit press of last week that the extra vote was used. Which why? Well, I get why, but like why they edit it this way. Boot ranking, I still have Justin 1, I have Thomas 2, Bianca 3. Then Kevin 4, Stephanie 5. Cool.
Well, I'm pretty awesome, right?
Yeah, I think David, like, I mean, like, David's already in the rumor for traders. I would assume he'll be on traders. Speaking of Dondi also, I love how bitter Letty is postseason. The fact that she was like talking about how shit of a friend Philip is and everything for not having like a backbone or whatever. Again, get Letty on the challenge. What's this? I'm pushing triangle. Oh, it has to be on that guy? Cool. They've said exit interview. Tarzan from 8 All-Stars would wake him up and tell him it's the numbers 18. What? Is that... So, Tarzan factored into Dondi? I think Joe is more likely to win than Xiaoyin.
Pretty awesome, right?
But I'm not, like, out on Xiaoyin. It's just the best pre-merge player of the new era? Potentially. I don't know if he's the best player, but, like, he's, like, has the best game in the sense I think he was screwed over the most. Would David be in contention, in GOAT contention if he won traders? I mean, GOAT contention of what? Of like reality TV? Possibly. If you're talking about Survivor, it doesn't impact him on Survivor at all. Like he's already like I think the best player of Australian Survivor, even though again I think he's more flawed than people like to say. But amongst like global, like he's what, bordering top 10, I think. Like, I think he's like right on the edge. Like possibly number 10 or so.
Pleasure doing business.
I didn't realize the main character's name would be Beelzebub. Dave versus Tony. I mean, I think like are we talking about reality TV or Survivor? Survivor Tony. Reality TV, like maybe you can say David. Could Carolyn be on 50 now? It's not looking great. It seems like most of the people on the cast at this point are multi-time players, so again, like, who knows? But I doubt it. Again, I can't imagine them cutting Carolyn Weiger and putting on Carolyn Rivera. Like, I would say this looks good for, like, a random Amanda Kimmel sighting. Imagine this episode if Bianca didn't tell people she'd lose her vote. Yeah. Oh, this is the thing.
Wake me up at like 3 a.m. in the morning, and you're barely sleeping there anyway. And I'd be like, dude, what? You'd be like, boy, the numbers, boy, it's in the 8s. The 8s. Great Survivor. He'd like.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's why Tarzan's the best player of all time.
Thank you.
Imagine that was the thing. Imagine they called the wrong Carolyn, and now they're like calling Carolyn. Oh no, we called the wrong one. The new Vula set for success? I do. Especially with the, like that really personal segment they had. Chrissy Teigen was kind of bad, but whatever. I mean, haven't I done the ranking? Or have I not? I know I'm doing it. Wait, actually, have I? I generally forgot. Have I done, like, have I done the redo of the AU? No, because I'm doing the ranking everybody, right? Anyway, I've talked about it, like, a lot. Yeah, I think it's David, Haley, Ferris, George, I think is what I said. Maybe I switched George and Ferris. I don't remember. But those are my top 4. I mean, imagine Brad. Imagine Brad's like a big enough name for them.
Thanks a bunch.
I mean, it could be Sierra Easton, right? That's an option. Yeah, Tarzan's the reason he won Dondi. The reason why he's a 6 millionaire. Is it really that shocking that CBS would force them to get Legends for 50? It's 50. I think it's shocking that they don't consider Carolyn like big enough. I think is the big thing. Also, again, like CBS has been very hands off recently, to where like I don't think CBS has really played a factor since 40, right? Like in the new era, I feel like CBS has been like very like fine with Jeff doing whatever he wants. Like we haven't really heard, like I think the only times that we've heard like CBS influence things is the finale of 47 and like how they had to structure that. Like outside of that, like it feels like Jeff's just allowed to do whatever the fuck he wants now. So the fact that they're like really strong, seemingly strong arming them for 50 is like a little bit surprising to me. I'm like, I always expect them to have some influence, but I didn't expect it to be like, hey, purge all the new era people. No, Jeff had been like campaigning for 90 minutes and they finally gave it to him. Like he's been campaigning for 90 minutes since like the 30s. And like there was obviously the rumor with Winners at War that it was going to be 90 minutes initially and then end up not. So that had been something they'd been trying to get for a while, and then they finally gave it to him in 45. I mean, what does it say about Metaphor? It's great. One of the best games ever made. I think I landed on it being number 6 all time for me. It's that, like that and Persona 5 I think are back to back. Where like I think they have different pros and cons. I mean, yeah, I felt confident Carla was out anyway, but was this
Give them some too, would you?
Yeah, so she's complaining about it too. Yeah, so yeah, I think I'll add Carla to my, well, actually, to be fair, I didn't even have her on my on list though. Is the thing, like she's on my 50 short list, but like not as a confirmed person. So I don't know what do I do with those slots actually. I don't even know what I do with those slots on my 50 short list thing, because obviously I had the people that were like confirmed by Redmond, like by Redmond info I should say, and like those, like the ones I think are out, I put like cut, but like Carla's someone that we don't even know she was in the running to begin with. So I don't know. Jordan, One Here's Villains would be number 1. Probably not. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, like his record would be the best, right? I mean, even as is, his record's debatably the best. I think the problem for me with George is that I just don't think George works on every season. Like I just don't really, and like obviously I didn't expect it to go well for him on Here's His Villains, and he proved me wrong. But like I would not expect it to go well for him if you played again. They're like, I just don't really have faith in George in comparison to like David, who I think more consistently makes it deep, in comparison to Haley, who also makes it more consistently deep, even though I think probably George is better like strategically than Haley. I just think George is just like very primed to go out early. But yeah, I am worried about diversity mandate. It's dead from the sense that it's not a thing anymore from CBS. Jeff himself has said that he wants to keep it. But again, if this is a world where they're forcing people on and stuff, then like Jeff might not have a say. Cool. I mean, they've been cutting people over the last few days. Like Redmond's been posting, hey, I heard more cuts, like for like the last like 3 days or so, like pretty much like every day. But today, like right before the episode today is when like Carolyn and Jesse both made their post about how like they're essentially not on. And Rome did too, but again, that's its own thing.
Whoa, are you all right?
Average was probably better than 50. I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, obviously, like production seems to love AU versus the world. So, Minakimo and Genevieve interacting. I mean, there's a chance.
Water.
Yeah, RDR2 is number 6 for me. I moved it out but now it's number 7. It was in my top 5 on backlogged. Like but then I decided, but that was because I did like one per franchise, and I kind of decided, fuck it, like who cares, and just put Persona 5 and Last of Us 2 on there. Because originally it was Last of Us 1, Persona. Well, it was originally Persona 5, and then I switched to Persona 3, but now I have both anyway. But either way, Persona 3, Assassin's Creed 1,
We should steal even more.
Witcher 3, and Red Dead, which are like were at the time 6 and 7. But now I'm saying, fuck it, I don't care about that shit. So I put Persona 5 and Last of Us 2 on there anyway.
That would be a great help.
B27 about to be 14 white people and 2 minorities. I think it'll look rough. I don't think it'll be that drastic. I think it might be like six. So if it's 16 people, I think like maybe 11 white people, 5 minorities. Again, still not good. How should AU versus the world affect my opinion on some of these legends? Which legends? Like, are we talking about? So we're talking about like Sri Parvati Tony. I don't like how much can it really change at this point. Like we've seen so much of them, and considering like targets on their backs and that sort of thing, I don't think that much really changes for them in particular. From the AU player side of things, I think things can possibly change. But even then, though, like this isn't like I don't know. There's always gonna be this like asterisk with the season. The fact that it's not like a fully like normally structured season.
Here we go.
It's like a much like watered down season.
Here we go.
So like it'll factor into things, but it won't be like
Some what?
I don't know, it probably won't be this like major change. Unless it's like someone like if Sarah Talik or Janine or like one of these people that aren't like at the top already like go on the win. Then at that point, obviously they would jump up quite a bit. But like, for someone like if David, well, I guess with David, like he's already number 1 anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter on the heat list at least. But like if George went A for Sword, obviously like I guess that would bump him up, right? I feel okay about Sean Rector at this point, to be honest. I would say like it's not like guaranteed he's gonna be on. Like obviously again, if they're going for like legends. Like I think Sean is someone that I'm wondering if they consider him a legend. But I think like again, he's not New Era. Can it be go of what? Survivor in general? I mean, like the US people if they win, yeah. AU people probably not. Like if David wins AU or A vs the World, then I don't think he's the number 1 Survivor player of all time. He's probably like, I don't know, 5, maybe. Like if he wins, actually, let's actually think about this. If he wins AU vs the World, I would still have him below Tony.
Why is your voice so dang loud?
Then Kim. Maybe there. I mean, it depends on how he wins. Also, is the thing, right? Because like if he wins by like winning out, then that changes. Like it's different than like if he like dominates the entire season. I feel fairly confident Australian Outback's gonna make it. Borneo, we have not heard anybody, but like we know Colby and Jerry are in the running. With the mandate for bigger names, it's like I feel very confident about Colby and Jerry making it. All these shows. Wait, I'll say all these shows these social media players are doing make me help. Yeah, at least we get to see more of them, right? We haven't heard a single thing about Lex. But again, like the fact that we haven't heard about him is not necessarily a negative, considering Redmond has heard more names
Same as always.
like since then, right? That are assumedly on the cast. Considering like, again, why else would he hear these names? So that's why, like, for like Lex, Rob Nino, like some of these people that weren't really in the running before that, it's like it's not looking bad for them at this point. I was think about Rob though. Like, if Rob was in the running, we would know, right?
For around 50 years now.
Like, there's no way that like I would be mind blown if Rob is on in a spot where he just like hadn't heard a single thing.
Caused this one small desert.
Like someone like James is a better shot.
Until it had swallowed up pretty much the
I don't
entire
think
world.
James is on their boards, but like you never know.
The few humans who somehow managed
Like
to
I know Redmond like a few months ago said no James Clement, but obviously like things have changed since then. So who knows? There is a lot of sand. That is true. Are there enough big names wanting to play? I think there are. Depends on who. Like how big. Like because again, they're not getting Parvati. They're not getting Boston Rob. They're not getting. Ow. It also depends on if they're including winners or not. If they're including winners, then there definitely is. Because, like, Tony's on 50 if they're including winners. The thing is, again, we still have not heard about winners. So, like, we don't know. But, like, I'm very worried Tony's on 50. Yeah, I feel like Malcolm's looking pretty good if they're mandating big names. Or Redman just got a bunch of new era names off the bat and assumed they were the majority. If I were to guess at the... So, like, yeah, I mean, like, essentially the way that... So, we essentially know Redman's first 12, right? Like, when he first started hearing names, he had 12 people. And, like, maybe... He said 12, maybe 13. Through all the clues that we've heard, we essentially know who those people are. It's Sean Rector. It's the 4 David vs. Goliath people, which are... It's again, this is my guess, but we can piece it together. Christian, Angelina, Gabby, Davey. It's Xander is there. A 42 person. Don't know specifically which one. Likely, actually no. 41 has to be the 3 people, doesn't it? Based on what he said recently. Wait, how's that work out? Wait, so 7, 8, 9 from 42. 10 from 43. Oh no, it still lines up. Yeah, it still lines up. Okay. Yeah, so it would be Sean Rector. It'd be the 4 from David vs. Goliath. It would be the 3 from 41, which at this point I think are definitely Xander, likely Deshaun, and then likely Liana based on all the other clues, which again, very random. It's Liana. 40. We know a 42 person. We don't know exactly who it is. We know it's a guy. Considering he did talk about runners-up at the time, it could have been Mike Turner. But it also could have been Jonathan. It's 1 to 2, I think. I doubt Omer was one of the first people here, but you never know. He did hear Venus. But then we knew 143 person, which is essentially Jesse at this point, because we know it's a guy. So yeah, I feel confident that was Jesse. Especially, yeah, actually, yeah, because even up to now, he only knew 143 person. So yeah, it was Jesse. No 44 people. 145 person, which was again, we knew pre-merger woman. It's Sabaya. 40, and then 46, we knew 2 people, assumingly, which was Q and Venus. I think that was his initial group. So in that spot, it's majority new era. It's almost like it's essentially, yeah, 7 or 8 versus 5, right? Because the only pre-new era would be the 4 David vs. Goliath and Sean. Everyone else is new era. Yeah, I think Gabby's probably cut by now. Davy's probably cut by now. Angelina's a big maybe. I still would expect Christian on. I do wonder if Rick Devens is one of the names he's heard recently. Because obviously the fact that Rick Devens was not in the room beforehand is kind of insane. Ninja Warrior Sport will be debuting, and yeah, I mean it's not really though, is it? It's like it's part of like a bigger event, right? And it's just like one of the events is like Ninja Warrior inspired, I believe is how it was. But yeah, we'll casting Frank Stone, make it the backlog top 5, obviously. What a great game casting of Frank Stone is. Like I generally don't give a shit about casting Frank Stone. I'm literally just playing it just so I get to play it every Supermassive game. I'm literally working on my AU script while I was playing it last night. Crazy the final 8. Final 8 left the AU. The top 5 professional getters are Braun. And the bottom 3 are all brains. Wait, top 5. Don't you mean the opposite? No, you mean the opposite, right? The top 5 are brains, I assume. Bottom 3 are Braun.
Demons belong in gloomy darkness. So,
Yes, 100%. Again, so essentially this is what happened to the BB Can 3 thing. Because I made the joke, I wanted to do the joke of like every single time I say Cindy, I say it with an S. And I tried to do it while recording. Turns out I missed a whole bunch, even ones that like I thought I made. Like because like I generally just straight up forgot to do it during episode 2, the entirety of episode 2 or week 2. I mean, the entirety of week 2. I missed it even at points I thought I did it during week 5. So I had to like interject like with an S into it. And my debate was like, okay, do I re-record the entire thing or do I just like interject the same with an S in over and over again? I think it's funnier just to interject the same with an S like every single time. So that's what I did. Also at the end, there's a Cindy Finesse montage that is essentially, so like also how that worked is like I recorded like a little bit of me just saying Cindy Finesse like a billion times over and over again. Because like the initial plan was like to interject different Cindy Finesses in. So I literally just said Cindy Finesse like, I don't know, like 15 times or whatever. And most of it didn't even make it to the video. But I was like, you know what? I think this is just funny to add to the end. So I just put it at the end and just like put a whole bunch of Cindy Finesse photos. So that's something. Merchants Quebec. I don't remember who the fuck is who, to be honest. Yeah. You would assume Carolyn would be a top priority. I did see it until Dawn ad. I don't care. Yeah, I know it's not a Dark Pictures game, but it is a super massive game, though. It's like if I do a super massive game ranking, I have to include it. I think Extracted's been fun, still. Did I spell it wrong? I mean, I'm pretty sure I copy and pasted it. So, that's a shame.
Human sheriff, you've got guts.
I actually generally used to hate Cindy Finesse. Where, yeah, never was a big Cindy Finesse fan at the time. Now, I mean, again, if I met Cindy Finesse, I wouldn't be opposed. I wouldn't, since I don't really want a relationship anyway, but like still, I wouldn't be opposed. I did debate on like what photos do I use, because I could have used like really random model shots of her, but no, I just used like screenshots from the feeds.
The great King Lucifer is our leader, but
yeah, I'm planning on doing a lot more of these like Easter egg things because I do find it fun. Like I'm doing definitely one for Challenge All Stars. I don't know what I don't think I'm doing anything for AU. Like at least nothing's coming to mind or something I should do. But yeah, I'm adding Turbo's song to my All Stars review. We'll see how that turns out. I'm not sure how I should do it, especially considering I'm not scripting that video. It would be a lot easier to do it if I was scripting the video, but I'm not. So it's like, because like, I'm just gonna say what the plan is, right? The plan is that I was going to I was gonna cut up every single word of Turbo's song, and then interject it like a new piece every single time I say Turbo, and I would make sure I say Turbo the amount of times I would need to put in each clip. So throughout the entire video, like it would play the entirety of the music video by the end of it. But yeah, I don't know if I'm actually gonna be able to do that properly, but we'll see.
I'd like your assistance.
I'm gonna try to do something similar at least.
For the legendary spring.
Compilation of Miles saying Jungle Rat. Oh yeah, it would definitely be annoying. But I just think it's funny.
legendary?
And the same thing with the Cindy Finesse thing. I only say Cindy Finesse's name like, I don't know, like 50 times, maybe. More than that, actually.
I have reason to believe that it exists somewhere here in this desert.
What about Allie being a shit show? I mean, she's not on the season long enough.
A spring? In this freaking desert?
Could add Richer maxing Bomb Squad. I mean, how often would that be used, though?
You must have
3 female traders in Quebec are set up for fall.
What makes you
I think at least one of them is, for sure.
Do you know a bird called the water finch?
No, Mitzi. Well, are you talking about Mitzi Power or just running through the Power Ranking on stream? Mitzi Power Ranking will be next week. But in terms of like, the ranking, I have top 3 are essentially Joe, Eva, Camilla.
This bird feeds on small freshwater fish.
I think like logically the number 1 should be Camilla, but also I just feel like based on other stuff, I feel like Joe and Eva are higher. But like just pure Edgic wise, it probably should be Camilla 1. Then who's 4? I already forgot. David 4, Xiaoheen 5. Even though both I think are set up for like a fall to some degree. And then who's 6? Mitch 6. Which I feel, I'm lower on Mitch after this episode, but still. Him 6, Mary 7, same thing. 8 Kyle, just because he's at least on the show, but he also is like has like no real like depth to him. Then really, I think the bottom should be rearranged, right? I don't know. I have Chrissy 9. That seems too high. But I don't know. Jesse and Carolyn got cut.
Because I saw a waterfinch.
And Rome, if anyone cares about Rome. But yeah, also it's like it's looking like they're going to the extreme with the no new era thing. I mean, again, this is even like Redmond. This is just like they posted it themselves.
Small fish to sustain these birds.
But like from Redmond stuff, it looks like he only knows 3 new era. Well, only from his original list, only 3 of those new era people are still, or not unconfirmed at least, or not like cut. Is the best way to phrase it.
Somewhere in this desert.
Which essentially means a lot of the prep is that we've been doing is kind of pointless. But that's fine. Why? Because they want legends. They're going for big names. It seems like majority of the cast is multi-time players. So again, they're legitimately going through with it, essentially.
But the desert to the south of here.
Again, I think what it is that they want 50 to be this like Legends-esque season. They want to promote it, like with all these like big names to try to get people back to the show or whatever from back in the day. I think is what their intention is. Again, I hope it has diversity mandate. I know Jeff will fight for it. I don't know. Again, CBS at the end of the day has the final call, so again, we know they've gotten rid of diversity mandate. Again, there's a chance Charlie's on. Again, it seemed like Charlie was not somebody that Redmond had known, but again, Redmond has heard new names.
That's why I'm here.
So like Charlie could be on.
Powerful demon to accompany me on my journey.
Again, actually, really, this is actually a good thing for Charlie in particular. Because again, if we're in a world where only 3 of Redmond's lists are not cut, which are implied to be Q, Genevieve, and someone else, the fact that Charlie wasn't on that list makes it seem pretty good for him. Yeah, I'm surprised Devin wasn't known from the beginning either, but this is good news for Devins, even though, again, he was probably just on if he wanted anyway. So speculation that no one-time players from pre-Winners at War. I don't think that's true. Actually, I think it's proven that's not true from Redmond, at least at this point. Like again, not final cast or anything, but like in terms of like, I think there are still one-time pre-40 players in the running. No, Earl's not rumored. Again, there was like a point last week where Redmond had heard a pre-40 one-time winner, but then deconfirmed that like the day after. I think Carolyn's campaign they go on Dondi, so you never know. Sure, they just commit to second chance team for 52. Don't know about that. We'll see. I don't know if production wants it. Again, like the thing is, like production doesn't want returning seasons as of right now. They're simply doing it because they're essentially forced to. My hope was always that this would respark their love for returning seasons to where they would do another one. But like, it also would not shock me if they just don't do another one until 60. Because I don't think Jeff genuinely wants to do it.
So tell me, is all this your idea? Or are you here on behalf of the king?
Yeah, Devins was supposed to be a fire token vendor in 41. Was what he was meant to do. That's in New York and Gemma Collins being rumored. I saw New York. Who the fuck is Gemma Collins?
Cares for anyone other than
But
himself.
yeah, New York's whatever. I expect her to be on Traitors at some point. Do Attorney seasons drop ratings for Survivor? Not really, actually. I think it's like usually up, but not by much. But yeah, Big Brother typically they're down. Survivor they're typically like slightly up. Like I know All Stars is definitely higher than Pearl Islands.
We must find this ring by ourselves.
I'm
for
actually
the
I
people.
forgot about Here's Villains. I know Samoa was down from Token Cheens, but I don't remember. I think Here's Villains was slightly up. Second Chance I don't think went up. I could be wrong. Game Changers I also don't think went up. But I think Winners at War went up though. I know. So I think it depends.
Doesn't sound like
I know Jeff loves Devin, but the CBS. I mean, the thing about CBS is that I think CBS loves whoever the casuals love, and the casuals love Rick Devins. But then again, the casuals love Carolyn, so it's like, oh, who the fuck knows?
How about it?
Yeah, I didn't watch All Stars 5, but I think so far it's been good.
That selfish king right to have his stash stolen.
I thought I had like a
Please accept this as a token.
slowish, like episodes like 3, 4, if I remember right. Like essentially before, I think the Leroy Devon boot was like where the episode like really started to get good, but like the Ashley boot, I guess it's episode 2 and 3 were both like kind of slow to me.
Few game consoles to have survived these chaos.
That's the reason, Karen. Again, it just seems like they're going for big legends is the intention. I listened to like half the Todd interview. But I didn't finish it. Yeah, so I said, I think casuals love Carolyn, so I don't really get it. Yeah, I'm doing preseason power ranking for 50. Like, why would I not? First 4 to 5 episodes were just Adam and Steve going in every round. Yeah. I ranked the stream days. I mean,
Hold on! I'll ask my dad for permission!
what is best? Like, Daytime Stream is just its own separate thing, right? I think I prefer... Actually, I don't know. It's kind of like, there's pros and cons to both. Like, Wednesday is, like, obviously immediately after Survivor, and, like, there's, like, more stuff to talk about, I feel like, on Wednesday. But also, like, Sunday's, like, a better stream for me. Because, like, Sunday's essentially my, like, weekend to a degree. At least I look at it as that. So, like, so yeah, like, the Sunday stream's more so, like, okay, this is me, like, being able to, like, relax a bit at this point. I'm expecting Amanda to be on this season. I think it's looking good for her, right? How many 48 people be on? Who knows at this point? Again, if Carolyn's getting cut, who the fuck knows how many New Era people just in general are going to be on? Again, like, I think if it was Jeff, he would have New Era. Like, I think this is purely a CBS thing. I don't think... I mean, like, well, really, even Amanda, we don't know is in the running. Like, actually, we know for sure Amanda was not on Redmond's list before the cuts started happening. Because, like, no one from China was on his list. Because it turned out... Because it was, like, a thing at the time. It was, like, one of Tocantins China... Tocantins China Cook Islands had people from it, and it turned out to be Tocantins. Happy a lot. Old schools are in the running, but they're hand. I'm concerned about New Era locks. Yeah. That's kind of where I'm... Like, again, like, if this was... Like, if we had returning seasons along the way... I'm perfectly fine with, like, this being a cast of, like, Jerry and Colby and Stephanie Ogrosa and Suri and, like, some of these... Like, actually, Suri's... Like, I don't know if I need Suri. But, like, still, like, these people... Why does this guy look like fucking Dabura? Or is that purposeful? It might be, because this is fucking this work.
That humans' plan will benefit us as well.
But... Yeah, like, I mean, like, the returnees that, like, we haven't seen since, like, Here's Villains stuff. That's cool. But I think there's just so many more recent people that haven't been able to come back yet that I would rather see back. Survivors would love a Camilla win, would they?
And he seems trustworthy enough.
I'm sure they're fine with it. Maybe. I mean, it could be a thing of like Carolyn was cut for diversity. Don't know.
It gives you a chance to sharpen your skills.
I've seen some of the 38 spoilers, but not everything. I've seen the first 2 boots for sure. I think I know another boot. I just don't know what boot they are. And I've seen like a lot of like random things people are posting on Twitter of like teams racing and stuff. I mean, the assumption is that likely a person from 49 is going to make it on, right? Like, they've done this every single other time. Like, every other previous returnee season, outside of Winners at War, they've, at the last second, like, put on somebody from the previous season. So, like, I would assume it's going to happen again with 49. Again, I think there's a chance of Amanda, but there's nothing necessarily, like, saying Amanda. If Legends say New Era's harder than Old Era, will Liza cry? Yes. 100%. Do I think Jeff is pissed with CBS forcing him? I think he's probably annoyed, right? Which, again, I'm actually hoping he is pissed. Because I think that makes it more likely to do a second chance season soon. Because, again, I think this is specifically happening because it's 50. Like, I think if this was season 52, I don't think they would mind if this was, like, a lesser caliber cast. But I think it's specifically because it's 50. To where I'm hoping that this, like, gets Jeff to see that, hey, there's so many people we could have brought back that, hey, let's do another returning season soon. But again, I just don't know if that's for sure happening.
With luggage, looking at 2 at most.
See if it's not why New Era players will make season like 54 be All-Star. I mean, again, could be. Like, I've been saying that. I think 54, like, seems like a spot they would do one. I think they'll call New Era back if they don't get enough big names.
Why me?
I mean, like, clearly they have these people already, right? Like, they're not making these cuts. Like, it's not like they're making these decisions in a spot where, like, Jerry is like, I don't know if I'm going to be on or not. Like, clearly they know at this point. Like, they're far enough into the process. They know who's, like, said yes. Like, obviously, if it's a spot where, like Jerry Manthe gets a concussion right before the season, at that point, they're, like... But even then, they probably wouldn't even tell, like I don't think they'll tell Carolyn that she's, like, out to where she would have this outrage, right? Like, they'll tell her she's an alternate or something. But, like, I think it's clear that she's not even an alternate, right? But to be fair, it is Carolyn, so you never fucking know. 5 boots? Okay, I didn't know 5 boots. I for sure know 3 of the 5. Yeah, the fact that we're getting, the actual, like, camera footage and stuff is kind of insane. Oh, Toriyama designs look similar? Yeah.
Let's head south.
Yeah, you can definitely notice that. I mean, it's not that insane. I mean, because, again, like, Amazing Explorers happen all the time. It's just a matter of, like, how mainstream it is. Where, like, I know it, like, happens on, like, that one forum. But, like, the fact that it's all over Twitter, it's like, yeah, obviously because it's Big Brother. Like, that's the reason why it is.
Hey, let me take the wheel for a bit.
Leave the human machines to their makers, Prince.
Sure, take it for.
The live stream be at it'll be at 1. Is the intention. I'll be honest, my sleep schedule's still really fucked to where, hopefully I'll be here at 1.
First time driving.
Because I'm gonna try to eat lunch and everything before I stream.
Just follow the road south. Well, not bad.
But yeah, the plan is for 1.
You can boost to speed up.
Yeah, I think Carolyn is clearly pissed, right? Like, that's why she's doing this. Oh, I thought that was the end point. Cool. What day is it? The daytime stream? It's on Saturday. I think, especially considering, like, people are, like, in chat are saying Saturday's better. I'll do Saturday. I was like unsure if I'm going to do a stream on Sunday.
You know, this is kind of exciting.
Well, I'm not.
We're considering I'm taking pretty much my entire day to do the stream on Saturday. I'm not like dying to do a stream on Sunday.
I get it already. Give it a rest.
Especially because I do need to get work done on this AU video. Which is taking longer than I was hoping it would. Because like I'm not even like fully scripting, and I still only got through like halfway through episode 4 today, and it's about where I finished episode 1 last night. So didn't get that much done today, but also again today I had to watch Survivor and whatever. So it's like I really only got like what, like 6 hours to work on it today or so, 5 hours, stuff like that. But still didn't get as much done as I wanted. I plan on going back to No Return in a little bit, but the new update doesn't come out until March or April 3rd. So like it's like it would have been cool if it was out by Sunday, because then I could do like a short Sunday stream playing No Return. But yeah, it's not. That's Carolyn just fucking people she's on. Like Redmond himself confirmed Carolyn got cut.
Those holes. That's not good.
Like Redmond essentially confirmed the Carolyn Jesse cuts, and like implied the Rome cut is real, but not necessarily like fully did. He essentially he said that he's heard more 47 names in response to Rome getting cut. That he's heard more 47 names were in the running. Emphasis on were. So it's like I think it's likely the Rome thing is also real, but it's not like he's like really like specifically implied it. But yeah, I was going on 50 again. Carolyn and Jesse are cut, and it seems like there's almost no New Era people. I mean, I think a lot of people are not happy, right? I mean, obviously there's people that are happy, but like you see the reaction on Twitter again, like people are openly talking about it at this point. That's why I talk about it here, because again, actually initially I wasn't going to talk about it, or at least not talk about it as detailed as I am, because again, again, people have been leaking stuff to Twitter from these streams, which is annoying. But again, considering how like openly people are talking about this stuff now, it's like, well, I might as well talk about it. Wait, I might. Wait, what? Am I just supposed to? What am I meant to be doing? Wasn't L3 boost? Cool. What if Asia Welsh is on? Imagine they cut Carolyn and put Asia Welsh on. What am I meant to be doing? Wait, what? Okay, let's see. Okay, put me back here. Doing 49 leaves in a week. Like within the week, I should say. It's like very, very soon. I say that biggest party. Everyone found out about this. Do they could be pissed? I don't know. Like the thing about I don't know if Redmond would. I think the Discord would. Like the Discord is like on the Discord there's a lot. It's actually really funny. Like I was thinking about this. Like I think it's essentially like as if I plotted a blindside and then people found out about the blindside but don't know that I made the blindside, right? Like it's kind of funny. Like looking at the Discord because it's like information is leaking to Twitter. People are seeing it on Twitter and complaining about it in the Discord, saying, "Oh, why are people leaking information from Discord?" But then they're also like posting like my 50 video. Like my guided every player's returning chances, like they're posting that here and there on the Discord. So like it is kind of funny. Because like they don't know it's me that's doing it. And there's other people that are leaking it outside of me. It's not like it's not like all the leaks are coming from me. Because there are other people that generally are on Discord that are just saying stuff on Twitter.
Not good. Step on it.
Yeah, I am. I don't get how I'm not going quicker. Like, what am I meant to be doing to go quicker here? Redmond for Survivor Rivals. Again, that's what I was getting to, though. I don't think Redmond cares, right? Because, like, Redmond's clearly releasing info. Like, I mean, I think he'll care in the sense that, like, obviously it's, like, a paid Discord or whatever. But, like, in terms of, like, the info getting out, I don't think he cares. Because, like, he's clearly only announcing stuff that he, like, is okay with getting out, right? Like, that's why he's not saying names and that sort of thing. And, like, most of the things I'm talking about are speculation based on hints he said. to where, yeah, it's like, it's not like, the hints that he is giving. I think, like, the thing is, like, people are, like, misconstruing stuff, and I think that would bother him more. Cool. Again, what am I meant to be doing there? Am I searching for Tochins? I don't know anymore. Like, I think Steven's clearly not on, and then Coach implied he's not on. What is this? Oh. I think I remember this.
I'm surprised I'm not dead yet. Oh, wait, I forgot about that. Cool.
Yeah, best gameplay ever. Yeah, Coach's room for traders right now is a thing. I'm like Ricard and wait, the Discord's like Shan, I guess.
The two of you had to get explicit permission to come with me.
Not exactly.
Oh, is it a toggle? Wait. I didn't realize it was a toggle.
One went out in search of a legendary comic. Another.
Will that make a difference?
Game.
I guess we'll try this again.
Maybe we'll run into them.
So start giving her Eva? Yeah, I guess I didn't really talk about that, did I? I actually don't hate it, considering it's a public idol, right? And like Eva is obviously somebody that like I think you could trust. Like I think Eva is like not this person that's gonna like backstab you and that sort of thing. To where like all things considered, I actually don't hate the move. Like obviously it seems ridiculous to give an idol to somebody that you don't have that good relationship with, but like if you're kind of fucked anyway, I actually don't hate this as like a Hail Mary to try to build a relationship with somebody. In a spot where it's a public idol. Like, if it was a not public idol, then this is dumb. Like, I think that's just dumb to do that. But it's a public idol. So, like, everyone knows you have it. They're probably going to target you if they know you have it. So, I think you're better off, yeah, like, using it in this way. Because it takes that target off your back and also potentially builds a relationship. Okay, wait, let's read this again. Alright, we'll chase your car. Okay. Oh, I'm meant to be dodging it. Okay, I didn't realize that.
Put the pedal to the floor.
That's a car blowing up again. I mean, what do you want me to say? Obviously, it's shit. Like, makes no sense, especially because she votes for Zara by the end anyway. I'm just supposed to zigzag? Or not? Cool. Thank you, game. Where I think this AU season's heading? I think Miles is still winning. I think AJ is like probably like final 3 boot. I think would be my guess right now.
We might just make it.
Cool. What am I like? How am I meant to dodge this?
We have to shake it. We need to go faster. It's catching up.
Like it? Okay, it's based on like where it goes in. Is that what it is?
Don't let it gain up. Put the pedal to the floor.
Wait, no. So like if I go here, it'll okay, I get how this works now. That's actually really dumb. That's how it works, but fine.
We need to go faster. It's catching up.
Okay. I think that's the most likely final 3 right now.
Damn it.
Miles, Kaylin, AJ. Was it? What if Big Brother? Okay, what the fuck? That was so loud. What Big Brother is, he's a new era players? I mean, I could do it, but I'm not like dying to do it just because it'll never happen. I wouldn't be opposed to redoing the reality showdown videos. That's something I'll consider doing. I don't know if I would limit it to just new era though. I feel like AJ's either 3rd or 4th.
Just barely escaped.
Yeah, I don't see AJ winning. So yeah, I think he's either like he could be like a Russell Hantz or George or whatever, like get to the end and not win. I would bet more that he's like a final juror. Like I could see where we're like it's Miles, Kaylin, AJ. Kaylin wins final. Final immunity, votes out AJ, and then loses to Miles. Like I could see that. Because I think Kaylin, like, I think the way that Kaylin's being set up right now is, like, in a world where, like, I think he gets to the end, just no one believes him. That he, like, tries to tell them that I've been playing this game intentionally, and just, like, no one believes him. And the win goes to the other person.
What should we do?
Buster confirmed he never heard David. I mean, like, I know he's not watching, like, Ultraman Survivor, so it's not shocking.
Without provisions, surely our only choice is to turn back.
How's Jerry, Parvati, Russell going here, villains? Jerry wins. Not, like, I think Parvati gets... No, actually, Parvati doesn't get more votes. But, like, Parvati gets some votes that she didn't get in the real-life situation, but it's like a world where... like, all the heroes vote Jerry. Too far from here. Courtney votes Parvati, so she, like, flips her vote from the Sandra vote. Sandra also votes Parvati, but then Coach votes Jerry. So, like, I think Parvati's up one. Like, I think it's 5-4. Is that what it is by the end? Because what Parvati would get Sandra, Courtney, Danielle. Or is it still 6-3? Who's the other vote? I think, because Jerry was a vote for her. Yeah, that's why. Okay, so I think it's still 6-3, actually. But she gets, like, Sandra and Courtney's votes over Jerry.
Let's get moving.
Buster Rob or David all time? I would say Buster Rob, but it's close. Like, they're similar, like, caliber players. I'm trying to think, actually. No, I'd go Buster Rob. Yeah, actually, no, I'd go Buster Rob over David. Mouse, Kaylin, AJ, endgame. Who would I vote for? AJ. I think my order would be AJ, Kaylin, right. Miles.
Shall we get back to the car?
Here we go. Leave the driving to me.
I was also a big thing about Miles. Why I think Miles is winning. After, like, almost every boot, we're getting them talking about how, like, oh, you have to watch out for Miles. Like, Karen had that, like, in her, like, in her final words. PD had that, of all fucking people. So I think that's also a thing, too.
It's about time.
Miles is possibly one of the worst winners. I think his game's pretty bad. Like, obviously he's gotten unlucky in certain situations. But yeah, I think he's really bad. We'll see how the rest of the game plays out. Like, I'm assuming, like, if he gets to the end, especially if it's like AJ Kaylin, then, like, he clearly was in, like, a, like, somewhat decent spot, right? Considering, like, again, you would think that they would be working together, like, as a group, to where, like, he's at least in an alliance. But again, he's needed, what, 3 idols now? Or no, he's needed 2 idols. The other idol he used in a way that I don't agree with.
I bet you all said it must be the demon's fault.
Again, that's already on my list of video ideas. Ranking winners by pre-merge games.
Perhaps we have misunderstood you.
Shane's the 5th best AU winner.
Don't get the wrong idea.
Yeah, I think I have her, what,
Totally
like 7? Or 8 even? Yeah, charity merge boot. Will Trump allow Canadians on 50? What does that even mean?
They use them to mark off their territory. There's bound to be some of them.
I saw that it happened. The Avengers Doomsday cast, like, lists. I didn't look at it though. At least I don't care.
No, do not approach them under any circumstances.
Hiram Pio and Jericho. I would not agree with that. Definitely Jericho. Pia, I can get it more because I do think she debatably gets saved by a twist. But also, like, Shane also gets saved by an idol. Well, by a medevac that in a spot where she would have needed the idol, if that medevac did not happen, or not medevac, but like Moana quitting. Live reaction. I mean, I really don't care. Is the thing. I saw Alan Cumming was there. I saw, like, Chris Hemsworth is there. But yeah, I didn't, like, look at the full list. Vidandi winner ever won a little amount, like $1. Would they give them a really bad edit? I think they would rig it to not give them $1. Even as is, I kind of, like, question, like, was this real? He's like, this is insane, right? Like, unless they, like, came in with this, like, preset plan, I'm always gonna do this. Like, the fact that you turn down, like, $3 million and, like, all these things, and actually take the final offer, I think that's insane to me. But he's like, I think at that point, like, I think you would just take, like, you would just, go all in. Well, I think this is the thing also I thought about. Is like, this is definitely like David being privileged to do this, right?
Ugh, so annoying.
That David's already like well off enough to do it. Like that's why we got the result we did, is because like David already is like not doing bad financially. And like had won like $500,000 in the past and like all this sort of stuff. So like if it was Letty, like Letty's not doing this.
Ugh, so annoying. Ow, ow,
Like if it's CK, I don't think CK's doing this. Which is always my thing of like, I think it was like kind of spoiled that like someone like David would win from the beginning, because I don't think many people would do this. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like he won Survivor. Also is pretty well off outside that. Like he's an international model and all this sort of stuff. So it's like he's not hurting for the money. And again, obviously like $6 million is nothing to scoff at. Like obviously it's
Nobody's allowed to
it's
be more
like
evil.
would change most people's lives. I think David's not rich enough to where like that wouldn't change his life. But like also he's in this position where he could risk it to go for it. Dynasty the most regular reality shows, yeah. I do think, yeah, there's a lot of questionable things with Dondi. Yeah, I saw that too. That, yeah, it's 9 million AU, which is insane. Parvati or Will? I actually don't know if Parvati would go that all in. I mean, she's obviously well off, but I just don't think personality-wise, Parvati's the type of person that would go. Like, I think Parvati is like a lot more conservative. Will would go all in. Like, Will doesn't need the money at all, and he just wants to make good TV. Like, Will would probably just go with the final case, I think. But Parvati, I think, would probably have taken it at like 1 point, whatever, like the first like over $1 million offer. Okay, cast list.
Oh, please.
The thing is, I don't even know who like half these people are. Oh, no, I do actually. It's just they're not from like actually. Yeah, so they're bringing back like all these. Okay, cool. Hit the mic. They're bringing back all these like X-Men people. I love Wyatt Russell as U.S. agent.
Can it even run?
But Ghost is going to be a major character, thank God. But yeah, I really don't care. Will I watch it? Maybe. Not going to guarantee it though.
No, not in this shape.
What is this? Winter of Donnie will get a challenge person? It wouldn't surprise me.
Walk it to Talbot. It's not far.
Like, I think it's a similar casting pool of the Traders, right? So it's like,
Oh, for that.
it wouldn't shock me if, like, Bananas ends up being on Dondi. Or Wes.
Not far now. Look, over there. You can see it.
I don't know. I did not love Will and Dondi, personally. I just felt like it just came off very fake. How he was acting. Was this... Cool. Oh, fuck me, dude. How many are there? When we get history, I've rated this like 1 billion. Like, yes, at some point. Don't know when. Who is the male spoiler? Oh, actually, I did see one, right? That's a shame. I don't really care that much. But
What's it like in Talbot?
it's probably
It's a former
the end of an
mining
era.
town. Not as well off as it once was, but still the
Do after
biggest town
50?
around these
Maybe.
parts.
I mean, I'm kind of busy, like immediately after 50, but
Isn't it?
yeah, maybe somewhere around there. Actually, maybe I should make it before 50. Because, like, more than likely, I'm going to be spoiling 50 anyway. So, maybe that's the time to do it, is right before 50.
Oh, hey, old man, is that the town?
Again, like, 50 is going to be so spoiled that, like, I think it actually is better off to do it before 50. Actually, no, but then I can't talk about 50, right? Because I'm not going to spoil 50 in a video, right? So I guess, yeah, I guess I can't. No, I think I make it before 50, release it right after 50. I think that would be the plan, right? Okay, so I usually work on it once. It's weird. It used to be weirder. Now I'm streamlining it a bit more because of the membership of it all. But like right now I have 15 videos I've recorded but not edited yet. I have how many here started. I have 40 videos started to some degree. Also, I have one that's like partially recorded. I think like it's a Survivor that I've recorded everything but the 48 part, and it'll come out after 48. Then also I have the Metaphor video, so I guess that's adding one more to the started but not recorded yet. So a lot.
Thief can just steal them.
On the schedule, I have 69 videos I've not started on at all. Which that schedule's up to the end of 2026.
Huh?
Which is not every video, like there's empty slots obviously, but that's every video like I at one point thought I'll be doing. To for some of these are gonna get cut. Like I'm not doing a fucking LA Noire retrospective at this point. Which I know that's there. Like Tomb Raider retrospective or Tomb Raider ranking is like up in the air. But for most of these I will do.
Thought you didn't have any money.
Like I already have the ranking of every Survivor player on there. Name every unspoiled Survivor season. Like we're talking about like not final result spoiled, I guess. This season's not spoiled, right? At least as far as I know. But almost every New Era season has been like somewhat spoiled. But like again, like what are we talking about? Because like with like 45, it wasn't spoiled that D won, but it was spoiled that it was between D and a couple other people, right? So it's like, is that considered spoiled or not? If it's not like hey, they said hey, D's the winner, like 44 did, or like 42, right? Was also spoiled.
Yes, of course, Prince. I never leave home without it.
Yeah, so like 43 is not spoiled at all, I don't believe. 41 was like a 45 situation, right? 40 was spoiled. 39 was not. No, 49 was spoiled like midway through, right? Is that what happened with 39? I don't remember. Okay, cool. My favorite character. They got a thief in a Santa costume. 38 was not spoiled, but also it wasn't spoiled by a credible source, but it was spoiled that Chris returned from the Edge because he spoiled it himself. Yeah, like the final result was not spoiled. 37 was spoiled like midway through, if I remember right. 36 was spoiled. No, 36 was not spoiled, right? 36 we knew that tie happened. I don't think we knew that Wendell won. Like we knew it was a Dom and Wendell tie, but we did not know who the winner was of the two. Yeah, 35 was unspoiled entirely. 34 was spoiled. 33 was unspoiled. 32 was not spoiled, right? It's just that everyone knew that Michelle won. Please edit. Yeah, they spoiled Jury. Yeah, that's the thing. Just found out Sportbet still exists. Yeah, I didn't like. I knew it existed obviously before that, but like, yeah, they got rid of it, and then like supposedly they brought it back. Like, why? Yeah, 31 spoiled. 30. I mean, like, yeah, kind of spoiled by Jeff essentially. 29 was not spoiled. 28 was not spoiled. 27 was spoiled. 26 was spoiled. 25 was spoiled. 24. Actually, I generally don't. Actually, I'm not like super confident before that because I like didn't follow until 25. Like I know 20 was spoiled. 19 was spoiled. 22 was fake spoiled, right? Oh, is there a Nintendo Direct? Well, that's something. Did anyone do game within the game? I didn't. Like I assume like those seasons were spoiled, like the 20s, but I don't know for sure actually. I never. Actually, too bad, I did look into it at a point, but I just don't remember at this point. Though I know like early seasons, like some were spoiled, right? Like I know 6 was spoiled for sure. I think 6, 7, 8 were all spoiled. I don't remember if like 9 and 10 were. They're just spoiled by press room. They showed Bradley getting a source. But again, that's not like I'm talking about the winner.
Looks like it's in good condition. Think I'll use this to make my.
Like King Cedric voting for 6 people so far. I mean, good for him. Someone spoiled on Twitter and said Brando was a Final 3 medevac. What?
Now to get what I came here for in the first
Panama
place.
spoiled? I believe so, right?
Ah, just what I was looking for. These'll do nicely.
Well, I feel like I remember Fiji being spoiled, but I don't remember for sure. Like I generally don't I don't know older season spoilers as well.
It looks
Outside like
there's
obviously the
still
returning
more
seasons
for
are
the
spoiled.
taking.
Yeah, like I don't remember Cook Islands. I remember Tiffany we spoiled them in 41. Lindsay. Oh, was Lindsay spoiled for 43? That's kind of funny.
Okay, I'll grab what I need and head back.
Yeah, returning seasons are always spoiled. Usually like well beforehand too. Where again, I would not be shocked if by like August we know the 50 winner. Oh, I'm playing as him? Cool. Yeah, I don't know about China. Actually, no. China, I actually do know. China was spoiled that Amanda one. I forgot about that. So it was wrong, spoilers. But yeah, I forgot. It was assumed Amanda won, and that's why like Eliza was shocked to see Amanda on Micronesia and was like telling everybody that she won. Because like she saw spoilers that Amanda won.
Taken by the Royal Army. Bastards.
I forced my tribe mates to cheer for me when I chop coconuts. Obviously, that's my archetype.
Oh, sounds
Is it cast that spoil or production members? Again, both. Depends on. Like, I think when it comes to returning seasons, it's cast most of the time. But also, like, there's sometimes it's like leaks elsewhere. But like, cast themselves definitely spoil things along the way. Usually, what happens is that like a cast member would like tell another alumni, and then the alumni would like spread it at like charity events and that sort of thing.
Oh, shoot! I've been spotted. Time to
Cool.
split.
Yeah, this is the best segment in all of gaming. Was 44 right away? Cool. With like recent seasons, I'm not like as like
I'll be done in
in
no time.
in tune with like the timing of things. Well, I knew about Birdcage. Like Birdcage was like a Redmond thing, but I didn't know about Jam Jam.
Well, I'll be.
44 was spoiled before 43 aired.
Scared my boots off.
Yeah, so I mean that would be like what? How much time was there? Like 3 or 4 months between when 44 filmed and 43 aired?
Looks like good eating. Too big to bring back.
42 spoiled early. I mean, the way that usually these work is that they're spoiled early, but you just don't know that they're true until like the season airs, right?
Meat hook. I've got places to be.
Because like before the season, there's just like a billion fake spoilers roaming around. You just have to like, when you start seeing the season, you start to piece together which one's the real one. Unless there's like a credible source or whatever, which I think there was for 42 and 44, right? Those were the same people.
I'm beat.
Oh, was 42 like the entire bootless? I didn't even know that actually.
Times like this, you Bororo are such a comfort.
Actually, really 42. I think I only thought that Marianne was spoiled as the winner. Well, I make a video. I'm not gonna mention Bryce in the video. Everything except for the Orda, High and Drea went out.
Hard to spot, surrounded by mountains.
I love how like Say is like fucked me up now because like like seeing Say's name, I never would have come to my mind that it was Say. I would have said Sai. To where like now with like Hi, it fucks me up saying Hi because I'm thinking it's like hey or whatever.
But what do you want with that
27 centimeters of snow? That sounds terrible. Wait, on my winner ranking, did I knock Gabler for wanting to go to the end with Jesse? Yes.
looks, all you need to know she's not from around here.
I think that's a factor in it. 4-3 only spoiler was that Carla, Jesse, Ellie made merge. Why those three?
Never mind that.
Is this game better because Gabler wanted to take him to the end? Yes. Say losing finals or post reboot. I would lean post reboot, but could be losing finalists. Could go either way.
Stan, I'll take the delivery to nap space, yeah?
Is it confirmed Gabler takes Jesse? I thought he wanted it himself. Gabler's fucking weird. Like, at points he says that he wanted that. Also, other points he said that he was going to throw himself in the fire no matter what. And, like, would have taken Jesse. So I was like, I don't know. Yeah, I think I would say it's like, it's kind of a spot where, like, it's too obvious she would lose if she gets to the end, right?
Hold up. You mean there's tanks at nap space?
Odd seasons haven't been spoiled at all. Well, yeah, 45-47, there's just like, there were hints, right? And it was like kind of narrowed down. Actually, I guess that's like every odd season then, isn't it? Because it's, yeah, 41 was the same way as those, and then 43 wasn't spoiled at all, so yeah. Yeah, it is weird how, like, I wonder why that is the case, actually. Why are odd number seasons easier to spoil?
Man, a tank! Just once I'd like the chance.
Is Miles better than Gabler? No. I would not rank him higher than Gabler right now. Like, I think if Miles goes on the win, like, he's, like, in line with, like, the Mike Holloway, like, sort of tier. Actually, probably lower than Mike Holloway. Actually, I don't know. Is he? Again, it depends on how the rest of the game. It's too early to really say exactly where, but, like, he's bad. Like, he's definitely a bottom tier. Miles is definitely worse than Jericho. Jericho's, like, middle tier. Well, I mean, obviously, I think that, but, like, why? Like, why is it that, like, it being the first in the cycle
I've got to tell the
is
prince.
why,
Who are you?
like, it's not spoiled.
Not from Talbot.
Miles better than Haley and Christy? I think he's still worse than Haley, to be honest. I think he's better than Christy. And even Christy, like, I think you can make the argument. Like, I would say Christy's worse, but I think that all comes down to, like, how much you believe, like, the intentionality about her endgame. And if you think, like, her move the go to the F Lee and Al was bad and that sort of thing. So, like, I think a sensible person could still argue that Christy is better. I wouldn't, but again, I would say Miles, yeah, it's really just better than Christy, I think. Though, like, Miles, I think he's a fun character. I love that he's, like, a super fan that's clearly, like, living out his dream. I think he's played a very messy game. AJ's better than Gabler. I mean, if AJ were to win, like, I think he's, what, like, lower top tier? Cool. Yeah, again, there's, like, just so much of the game left to where it's, like, it's tough to say, like, exact placement. But I think the fact that Miles has needed 2 idols already
Get this.
is pretty bad.
Girl just asked me for directions to
Kaylin, I would say, like, low middle tier right now. Or maybe middle. I don't know. It's like, it depends on, like, how much influence you really had in the game. Where, like, we see him being super close to AJ now. But, like, how much credit are we giving him for, like, decisions that AJ is making, I think. Because that determines where he lands. I think either way, he's probably middle tier. But, like, I think whether he's, like, top middle tier or bottom middle tiers comes down to, like how integral he was to decision making. Zara could get rocked out. That's definitely very possible, right? Like, really, I think anybody that's in the bottom half of the confessional count right now can get rocked out.
Don't know.
Like, I do not think it'll be Miles, AJ, probably not Kaylin. Yeah, Miles, AJ, Kaylin, probably not. I would lean no for Kate because I just think Morgan's more likely of the duo. Logan, I don't know. I think other people are more likely than Logan. Odds on Say and Mary duo winning today over the big guys. Very little.
You think she could be up to no good or something?
I don't think Keelan getting rocked out makes sense for a story. I think it's just like a weird like way to get like for his like story to conclude. Phil will learn how good Camille is. Yeah, if he does interviews and that sort of thing. We've gotten like I believe the jury villa has been very negative for Kaylin. So like I think if Kaylin gets the end, I would suspect he loses unless he's able to do a Christie. But even then, the Christie was only available because the jury hated the other person. So like I guess if it's like an AJ, Kaylin final two, maybe there's a world where they hate AJ so much they would give it to Kaylin. But like, no. Yeah, I think Kaylin being runner-up of this season makes a lot of sense. I think that's essentially where her story is going. I think he's essentially like a Godfrey. Where like he is playing a very intentional game, but like is so intentionally undercutting his threat level to the point where like no one believes him at the end.
About the tank is the most valuable piece.
Right, Chris, they want Elle and Lee at final 3? Because she wanted to get the end of Lee.
Better get going.
Not because she thought she would beat him, but because she had a better relationship with him. The clarifying. But you can prop it up as like, like she knew the only person she could beat is Lee, which is fair. That's probably the case. She definitely loses to Elle. Flick, I think, is probably Flick wins. Flick definitely had a lot of like anti-Flick, like a lot of bitterness on the jury. But I think ultimately they probably do like end up voting for Flick. So like I think Lee's like the only person she could have probably beaten. I mean like maybe like Matt also is not particularly well respected, so who knows? But still, again, if you're like saying that like Christy intentionally went to the end of Lee because she thought she could like Lee was one of the only people she could beat, it's like yeah, sure. I don't think that's what she was doing, but theoretically. Am I redoing the Big Brother runner-up ranking? I don't remember. But MJ would be low. I mean, she got saved by AI Arena, right? It's like that already like puts her very low. Cedric at 48. I'm not sure. Like, I could see him as 0 vote finalist. I think that's his upside, is like, 0 vote finalist. Realistically, I don't even know if he makes it there. Like, Split Tribal obviously seems like a decent spot for him. Also, like, I don't know, just like a random, like, first boot of the finale. That's also not another possibility.
You're back already?
Let's see, that's so cool. How far into stream are we? 2 hours? Saved by AI twice. If I remember, I think one of them was not like saved, right? Like we're talking about, because yeah, one of them was the Tucker one, right? Where like she really just needed to make sure Tucker didn't win, is more so the thing there. Because if she's on the block against Tucker, Tucker still goes.
Apparently, the army's got tanks at Nap's base.
So the only way she goes home there is if Tucker wins. But yeah, Cedric, she was going, right? If she didn't win that. I think Say be the one. Wait, we'll get the one up on Cedric or not. Not really sure actually where that one goes. Especially now that we hear Cedric now voicing his concerns about Say. Yeah, I really don't know. I think it could go either way. I think really the Vulas, like the OG Vulas, are probably the like part of the season I'm the most like unsure about, because I really don't know where they're actually going.
That sure beats a car. Let's go steal one.
Harry AU, Shane SA, better player, probably Harry.
Hold on there. That's a whole lot easier said than done.
Like Shane, I think is someone that like obviously like gets to the end, loses in the one appearance, like one time he gets towards the end. Like actually, I think it's a spot where like I think Shane's games are probably better, but I think Harry's the better player. Like I would have more confidence in Harry on any given season more so than Shane. But I think if we're like ranking their individual games, I think Shane's, like I would say Shane's fuck is that season Return of the Outcast game is better than like Harry's 2019 game, and I would say he's like also like I'd say Harry's All-Stars game is worse than Shane's Champions game. I think Abby's one, maybe. Not sure. Everyone's kind of bad, so maybe. I mean, it's not like Abby was like particularly well positioned to win on that season. Like even if she didn't get screwed over there, because I believe Baden himself was talking about how like he was wanting to do something, right? Even though I don't know if that would have worked. But I guess it would have if like it was a spot where like because like Baden was like I believe Baden claims that he was like going to make a move to save Pia, and take out Abby, even if the twist didn't happen.
Where is this nap space anyway?
It's eastward of
And I guess if he did that, then like Pia and
that far.
Luke would obviously be on board, but like
guarded
I
by
don't
the
know.
army. We'd best scout the area first.
Are the top 8 AE players just the final 8? We're talking about this season, like on the player ranking. I'll be honest, I haven't really thought about it.
Yes, they're barely getting.
I think Karin's probably better than like one of them along the way. I think Karin's better than Zara, and like as of right now, we'll see how far Zara goes to see if that changes it. But
hold on. There are soldiers around. Seems there's a checkpoint ahead.
I mean, Luke goes home like any round in that like end game stretch if he doesn't win immunity and didn't have the advantage. But again, Abby, I think Abby gets voted out of 4 probably, at worst. Or at best. I think like again, like Baden did not want to go to the end of Abby. So like I guess like maybe there's fire making if that's the world. Like if they vote out Luke at 4, like I think it's Baden Pia versus Abby Harry, but even then I can see where Harry flips on Abby. How should I rank AE winners that haven't returned? How much I would like to see them return? Well, who are the ones we haven't seen return? So Christy, I'd say Christy above Pia. Then actually, I didn't realize that almost all of them are returning players at this point, aren't they? Like Liz, probably. I don't know. Is Liz above or below Christy? I'd actually probably have Christy, Liz, then Pia, and then Ferris probably number 1.
Maybe we
of them, I think.
By the checkpoint and do some recon.
Does Shane want to come back? Not that I know of. But also, I don't know. Like I don't know anything about Shane. In terms of if she wants to come back or not. Yeah, it could be a thing.
Sounds like a plan. Let's get
I think the problem is that like obviously just with AE and SA there's just like a lot less seasons, so like it doesn't I don't know, a lot of the comparisons don't really feel that apt, but that's an idea. No, Teeny doesn't want to play again. For one, and also I don't I don't think Redmond would be saying it's a 47 woman if it was Teeny.
Sure I could climb up there. Here we go.
I think Redmond would have left the gender ambiguous.
Here we go.
If I was to update my best players for the first tribal with Thomas Beyond, I mean, almost definitely, right? Was that list that great?
You hate the army so much. Why not fight them?
30 years ago, a whole rebel.
She would because the jury hated Sharn. I think enough of the jury hated Sharn.
Tore them to shreds and scattered its members.
Like I think it was a lot more anti-Sharn sentiment than pro-Shane.
They're really that strong, huh?
Or like Brian was anti-Sharn. Shawnee and Fenella were kind of anti-Sharn by the end. Matt Rogers was anti-Sharn. Who's the other vote?
Here we go.
Was Brian Lake the biggest going? Yeah. I don't think Brian Lake wins against anybody.
It went into the warehouse in the back.
That's not from the war.
What's Survivor Freak 815? I feel like I remember that's the thing. I don't know what that is though. Like top of mind. Oh yeah, Bianca's. Yeah, okay, that's Bianca's like original username, right, or something.
Steal it for a thief?
I mean, what a name. I think what's funny about her story is the like having wet dreams about Boston Rob.
Do you realize what
Cass and Kagyan was so unhinged. We need more of that on Survivor. I mean, what if Cass is on 50? Like, that's the world that's open right now, right? Because again, if Redmond knows more names they hadn't heard of before, and it's multi-time players, it's like maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. Yeah, he was also like kind of like he had a decent relationship with Shane, but I think his vote was more so like anti-Sharn though.
Aren't you a sheriff? You're really sure it's okay for you to steal stuff?
I saw the opposite. I saw somebody on Twitter like praising me for having Laurel won, and I saw in the comments of that like there was like a person upset.
If it belongs to that lousy royal.
Oh, Monica was the other. I think Monica was more pro Shane. Or at least I don't think she had any resentment towards Sharn.
Security doesn't look very tight. We should be able to sneak in through the side entrance.
Sir 48 best season. Oh no, again Carolyn and I guess it was Carolyn and Jesse Arnon. And 50s largely not pre-new largely pre-new era. Could be Spencer shot. Benji most overrated AU player. Maybe I definitely overrated him at a point. I remember I had him top 10, didn't I? On my initial AU player ranking. I think that's kind of insane. Yeah, I've said this before. It's like I don't need Carolyn on 50. Like from a personal like who I want on 50, I'm fine with Carolyn not being on. I just think it's shocking. I think it's indicative of their overall like mantra when like their philosophy when making 50 that Carolyn's not on. Because I think Carolyn's clearly one of the biggest names of the new era.
Don't get spotted.
And also like I think it's also very confusing considering like she like you would think her being on Traitors would make people want her to be on, right? Like you would think CBS would want to like get that publicity, right? I mean, yeah, Gabon's not making it on. Like I cannot imagine a single Gabon person making this cut. Do you die from fall damage? No, you don't.
Awesome.
Have you guys ever raided a base before?
Yeah, I've talked about that. I like talk about doing a like top 10 physical players, top 10 social players, top 10 strategic players.
For us.
Us?
I was talking about ranking winners with just those metrics.
Gonna force the door open?
Nope. We'll get the soldier.
Yeah, again, I think that's the question. Kenny himself told you he's on the cast? I'm sure he did.
Alright.
I don't think a single Gabon person got called, right? I'll be pretty mind blown. Which was me number one for pure strategy. For AU, probably. Global? I don't know. I think we talked about this before. We talked about this like a few weeks ago, I think. Like, maybe?
Thief and I will cause a little diversion out front to draw their attention.
Yeah, Sophie's pretty good. Yeah, because I don't know about Boss. Like, because like, I don't know. It's like a weird spot where like, who is somebody that like I never disagree with their strategic decision making. Like, is there a person? And also, it's like, how do you separate that from social? I think is also like the tough thing. Because I think there's points where like, like George has the right idea, kind of, but then like the way he executes it is wrong. So it's like I don't know. I guess that's not strategic game, right? The execution. So it's like I don't know. I think it's like tough to distinguish the two.
For yourself, if that's what you want.
Is the worst winner for challenges Denise? Denise at least won a immunity, right? Individual immunity. I think it would have to be somebody that like never. Like it'd probably be like Sandra or something.
Prince, you're far too willing to let this human take the reins at every turn.
Are you counting the composite of their peak? Like if we're doing like top 10, I would do it now. Like I would like how they are now as strategic thinkers. Or at least how they are like at their peak or whatever. Like I would rate like current Boston Rob. Like not All-Stars Boston Rob. If we're doing winners, then obviously like if doing the winner ranking based on it, then obviously it will be based around like the season that they won. Oh yeah, Redmond has still not heard any winners.
Don't let the soldiers.
But that doesn't mean like now with everything up in the air, it's like who knows? But like, there's still no proof that any winners. And even then, Denise would not be on anyway if there are winners. If there's winners, it'll be Tony. It'll be like maybe Natalie Anderson. It'll be who else did I put? I made a cast. Actually, I should probably redo the cast now because we have more information now about No New Era. Yeah, Sri's locked for 50 at this point. Yeah, who do I have on the cast that I made?
I'll certainly try.
So yeah, with winners,
now, off we go.
I had Natalie Anderson, Marianne, Rachel, Tony. I think that's it. I think those are the winners. Oh yeah, because I think I intentionally wanted to leave it at 4. But then like honorable mentions, I had Earl, Todd, and Michelle Fitzgerald, I guess.
Poison gas!
Say what? Poison gas?
Unless he's Sam 47, I doubt he's on, especially now. I would not be shocked if Sam was in the running, though. I think it makes a lot of sense if he was in the running.
Hey, who are those guys?
But I doubt he's on now. Imagine he gets the call now because he's on his honeymoon, right? It's kind of depressing. Bianca would have made it to merge. She kept her mouth shut. Yeah.
Now it's time for me to shine.
That's why what she did is bad. It's still smart where she gets obviously like screwed over by the fact that she did have to lose her vote to begin with, but she plays that situation poorly. Last on the player rank, like for this season, Stephanie. Doesn't stand on so far. Best game ever. So far, it's a very weird game. I think we got crouching. Seems opening confession gives you chills. Okay. That's fine. Maybe a fun video doing 3 best version of them. Yeah, I mean that could be a thing. Yeah, talk about like which is the best like appearance. Cool. POC is that a thing? Have I always had a POC last?
Gotta be more careful.
Actually, I want to look at this. What was my latest cast I made for? Yeah, like for 50. Because like obviously this is not like right anymore. Say the latest cast I made for 50. Oh, I forgot about this. We didn't talk about this. Which I don't know if I should talk about this considering. Yeah, well, I'll talk about it. Redmond thinks it's 20 right now, by the way. For 50, 20 people. Not like he doesn't know for sure, but like he's like thinking based on the names he's hearing that's 20. So that's something. But yeah, who I had on my list, Sean Rector, Ty, Jesse, which obviously we know is not on now, Q, Andy, Suri, Abby Maria, Angelina, Say and Mary, Colby, Malcolm, Christian, Rick, Jonathan, Jerry, Stephanie, Chrissy, Carolyn, which we know is not on now, and then Genevieve. So I guess really it's only just Jesse and Carolyn that are on. So I guess you could swap it out for like maybe like Amanda Kimmel you put on there instead of Carolyn. And then who do you put on instead of Jesse? Because none of those replacements make sense. Again, it depends on if there's winners or not. Has it really been since 41? I didn't realize that's even more fucking depressing. Redmond hasn't heard about Q not being on. Like, I'm fairly confident that Q was in Q's on his initial list, but he said that, so of his initial list, only 3 of those people are still only 3 of those people are people that are not cut, that he does not have confirmation that they are cut, which is implied that those 3 are Q, the 47 woman, which is likely Genevieve, and then somebody that he has not hinted at yet. So yeah, it's like at least Q's not cut yet, seemingly. Yeah, somebody's definitely cut. Mushroom saw 18 or 15. Probably, yeah. I mean, I assume they'll probably swap into 3 tribes, right? Yeah, I think probably Ronnie, right? I think that's what I've said before. Yeah, he is not, well, outside of obviously the Jesse, Carolyn, Rome, he's not confirmed who is cut. He just has essentially confirmed who's not cut from 2 of the people.
Here we go.
So we're I think you can I think you can imply that Sabaya is probably cut, Venus is probably cut. Who else was the 42 people outside of Jonathan are definitely cut, I would say. With Jonathan potentially being that 3rd person. Then the 41 people I think are probably cut with a shot that Xander that wasn't cut. But I think Deshaun, Liana probably cut. Yeah, Redmond never heard about Andy, so we don't know. Redmond, when the cuts started happening, heard more 47 people. Implied that Rome was one of them. I would not be shocked if Andy is one of those people he heard at that point. But yeah, it's a long thing. Essentially, we knew that there were 341 people Redmond had heard about, that he said that he has heard about a while back. So through that means that it has to be part of the initial group he heard. When adding in the fact that he also revealed recently, since last stream, that it's 2 guys, 1 woman. So that means that there's a 1 woman there. Also confirmed, no Tiffany Seeley, no Evie. So once you take all those factors into it, and also the fact that he's confirmed for a while that he's not heard about Shan. Once you take all those things into effect, also no winners, it has to be Heather or Liana, and I think they'll pick Liana. They would call Liana over Heather. So yeah, I think it was and also we know that he at the time said that there's some what the fuck new era people. I think Liana was one of the people he was referring to, looking back on it now. I literally create a massive timeline. I literally have a timeline of all the every single post Redmond has made about 50. And I literally made this on Monday and actually wasted time to where that's part of the reason why I'm I just got the winner edit video done on Monday, where I plan to get more done. So I've literally just seen all the clues within the last couple days. By the way, Bianca did not get a single mention, I don't believe, on Fire. I don't believe they even gave her a eulogy, so it's not looking good for Bianca return, but that shouldn't be shocking considering her edit. Obviously, I think Thomas is the most likely returnee so far of the boots. Where, obviously Jeff was pretty high on Thomas. Shit. Dude, this... Fuck stealth sections. Yeah, propped up Say. That's something he did. That's how great Say is. So again, Say could be on 50. Again, that's already on my list of video ideas. History of Merge Boot Edit. Like history of Merge Boot Edit, history of what else was there? Penultimate, like edit of the penultimate episode edit, whatever you call, like how the penultimate episode is edited to, like, again, how that affects the winner edit. But just merge episode edit is also a thing. I'm literally just doing the same thing over and over again. Well, you just talked about the Zeke situation, mentioned like Varner forced them to show it. They was like, well, with people's personal stories, we're never gonna force them to say it, but if it like comes out, then we'll show it on the show. But we're not gonna like force, like in relation to Eva, talking about like if Eva never talked about her autism, then they weren't gonna like use that on the show, but because she openly talked about it, that's why they used it. Because someone with charity wins immunity, probably Star, right? Like Star has the, or Say, I guess Say could be also a person. If this is like a Rome style boot. Oh yeah, we didn't talk about that. Yeah, Amazing Race finale on a Thursday is very weird. Like essentially, it's gonna be like the penultimate episode's on the Wednesday, like normal. The week before the Survivor finale, and then the finale of Amazing Race the day after. Only have one top 10 list on my channel that consists of all white players. What is it? Like my first instinct would be top 10 players before Survivor All Stars, but like I feel like Vesepia may have made the top 10, right? Is it top 10 Big Brother players before All Stars? No, because Daniel Reyes. Yeah, so that's not it either. Top 10 one-time non-winning players. Isn't Devin Pinto on there? Like super. Is that like white? I don't know. Like he's Hispanic, right? God damn it. I think a video about LGBT representation Survivor. I don't know what I have to say about that. Or like, I'd love if someone else did that actually would have, I don't know, expertise in that sort of area. Top 10 challenge male? No, because Darrell's there. Ah, fuck. I'm not dying to do that sort of video. I would do a video on like how under-edited, like the differences between men and women in terms of edit. I think that's something I would potentially do. What other top 10 players thing have I done? I don't think it's top 10 AU players because I think Jericho's in the top. Actually, Jericho's not in one of the top 10s, is he? God damn it.
Oops, they saw me. Gotta be more careful.
Minority versus white people edited differently too. Maybe. I've never paid attention to it, to be honest. But I don't think it's really like an editing thing most of the time, right? I mean, like it is. Like I think there is editing in terms of like the style of edit, right? Like in terms of like obviously like Clarence gets edited in a certain way and that sort of thing. But like I think in terms of like amount of content, it's like I don't know. Is there that big of a bias? I'm sure there is, but I never like pay attention to that.
Oops, they saw me.
Amazing Race teams. Yeah, I generally don't remember my top 10 Amazing Race teams. How's work going? Well, tomorrow's my last day of work for a week. Even then, I work from home The April Fool's video, would I ever rank all the Kellys? I wouldn't be opposed to it. Or rank all the Johns. How am I meant to get through this? Cool. Which one? It was the Amazing Race one? I generally don't remember who even is in that top 10. Like, I know, like, Megan, Shane, Rachel, Dave, right? Actually, didn't I have, like, Riley and Madison on it? I think I did, didn't I? If I remember, because I think it was, like, right after 32. I think I had, like, Riley and Madison, like, at number 10 or something, didn't I? Which is funny. Because who the fuck remembers Riley and Madison nowadays?
Oops, they saw me. Gotta be more careful.
What, top 10 non-winning one-time player for Big Brother? Is JC considered white? Where's JC from, actually? Yeah, he's from Spain, right? So I guess.
Oops, they saw me. Gotta be more careful.
Were they 8? Okay, that's even higher. Yeah, 20 of them even. Eric and Jeremy should be number 1. They even win.
More careful.
I don't know how you could have a show like go on for this long and like not have a winner at number 1. Okay, how am I meant to get through this? Oh, I'm an idiot. I can kill this guy, can't I? I'm dumb.
They saw me. Gotta be more careful.
I kind of forgot you could do this. But again, that's a different team then. Like at that point, I would be ranking Eric and Danielle. Like I would rank Eric and Danielle and Eric and Jeremy separately. They're two separate teams. Like if we're doing individual racers, then that's a different thing. And actually, I thought about doing that if I cared enough about Amazing Race. Where there was a point where I wanted to do it, but also I'm like, I could not tell you at this point. At that point, Eric's probably in the top 10.
Maybe I can use the cargo as cover.
But again, Jeremy himself is not
You
one.
hear? There was a big uproar at the gate.
Worst Amazing Racers from race perspective or from people perspective? Race perspective, I think it's Josh and Brett, right?
Packed, wasn't it?
I mean, to be honest, like I would not say his like Amazing Race All Stars performance is that good though. It's like Danielle's obviously a shit partner and he won with her, but also like he himself does not perform well in that season.
I probably shouldn't go too crazy inside the base.
Actually, I don't even know who is my number 1 team right now for Amazing Race. I like generally I've not thought it's like Ricky and Cesar in conversation. They probably are, right?
They captured some suspicious lady earlier.
I think the problem with Ricky and Cesar is obviously the fact that like their specific seasons like all in like one location.
Yeah. Heard she had tons of maps, tools, water, the works.
Like I just got around doing top 10 of all time. Like I haven't done top 10 best one-time players.
Seem to be from around here.
Like I'd consider it for down the road, but I'm not like, yeah, obviously I haven't done it yet. Too rare though. It took forever to even do this top 10 challenge player one. Like when it comes to shows outside of Big Brother and Survivor, it is hard to find like slots for these things. Because like I'm only willing to really do these on Wednesday slots, and there's like just so many other things competing for the slots. I wouldn't be opposed to that. I mean, they did it with 29. Like, I wouldn't be opposed if they did it again.
Could try climbing onto the tank.
Of like doing an all stranger season. Yeah, circle back if there's links to subtitled episodes, obviously I'll keep up with it. Cool. Erica and Brian were supposed to win, but Judge got... Yeah, I remember that. That was a thing.
More soldiers, they're everywhere.
I remember they announced Amazing Race Family Edition. I think it'd be funny if they, like, for some reason decide to do it again. It's been that long? That's insane. Wait, no, there's Keisha and Jen. Oh, Black Men. Oh, Black Men. Okay.
I probably shouldn't go too crazy inside the base.
Do people still care about Amazing Race? I mean, obviously some do. Not enough for me to make consistent videos on it.
Found it.
I find it funny how shit my Amazing Race 6 retrospective did. That's fine.
That little Hellcat really laid into me.
And maybe that's just an Amazing Race 6 thing in particular, but...
Guess she's dead set on staying quiet.
Carolyn and Jesse aren't on.
The med tent.
Which, again, that's not even, like, Redmond. That's, like, actually they confirmed it themselves. They got cut.
Shouldn't someone, you know...
And yeah, Rome, too, but I don't think anyone's expecting Rome. Dude, I'm shocked Rome even made it to the top 50 to be cut there.
It'll be fine. The door's locked.
Which the reality show doesn't come back in the next few years. It should. Like, I think, like, and with this Amazing Race Big Brother season, I mean, I hope it's, like, a sign that CBS is, like, realizing that we should be using our own people for these shows. What the hell is going to happen if Kyle's runner-up or something? That's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, Kyle would also, like, perfectly fit into, like, the, like, typical runner-up slot right now of, like, an edit with, like, no substance but is shown constantly narrating things. Like, it's essentially the Austin, the Charlie, the Sam edit.
By the way, how's the tank? It looked like...
Again, the CBS seems to be going for big names, is what they're doing. I've not heard that all pre-40 players are multi-time players. Like, the majority are, though. Which, again, I think some of these things are being misconstrued, right? Because, like, obviously some of this stuff is coming from Redmond, but I think people are misconstruing what Redmond said. Like, Redmond said the majority of multi-time players are majority of pre-40 players are multi-time players. Not that all. I think it's getting, like, lost in the shuffle that, like, again. Oh, fuck me.
So this is a tank. How the heck do you drive it?
I think Traders is kind of revived returnees of reality. 100%. I think the Traders has, like, caused these other, like, networks to, like, want to bring, like, alumni from all these different shows together. Like, I think it was Traders and House of Villains both happened, like, around the same time, right?
Look at this. 4 antigrav stones.
But I think Traders is more, like, mainstream. I mean, I doubt we're getting a Blood vs. Water 3, but sure.
But it's mid-repair. Won't run like this.
Sam had more depth than Kyle. Yeah, but... like... not... Actually, I don't know. Did he? Yeah, I guess he did. Yeah, he did.
So what are we gonna do?
I actually don't think it's looking terrible for... I think this is... I was more worried about Sean Rector before the New Era news than... Like, I think last stream I was more worried about Sean Rector. Right now, I feel better, but I still don't think he's, like, guaranteed to be on. And the fact that all the New Era... like, a lot of the New Era people got cut, it's like... there's more slots for someone like Sean Rector
really
then.
Do exist. What am I saying?
And again, Sean Rector's hanging out with Boston Rob right now, so could be trying to get advice. But again, don't really know. How does Shamon do on Traders? Probably well-ish. I think she'll probably be sussed as a trader though along the way.
Want to get that tank running?
Again, like Sean, there's literally a picture of Sean Rector right now. Like, go to Boss Rob's Instagram. His latest photos with Sean Rector.
Why? What's it to you?
I think CBS is gonna push more returning seasons. For Survivor, probably not. Other shows, maybe.
Promise to get me out.
Oh fuck, damn, he skipped that.
We appreciate the offer, but who exactly are you?
Something better about Sean Rector's longevity if he's on 50. I mean, like, if Sean Rector's on 50, I don't think it's gonna go poorly for him. I don't know if he wins.
Can't these little details
But like, I don't know who's targeting Sean Rector, especially if it's like old school focus too. It's like, yeah, I think, yeah, he should be fine. Like, I think I see Sean Rector as like the Tajin of this season, where like he'll probably make it deep. Will he have any chance at winning? Will he know what's going on? Probably not, but he'll be there.
We don't have the luxury of choice here.
And again, we don't know about Rob C at all. He could be in the running for all we know, especially now that Redmond knows like other names.
Just to escape this base.
I doubt it though. Again, I feel like if Rob C was in the running, we would know.
Okay.
Because CBS force all winners for Amazing Race 40, yeah, 100%. I expect them to. If not all winners, at least like a returning season. Again, they never bring back Rory. Is there going to be a new poker alliance? Maybe. Yeah, I guess the Blood and the Clock Tower alliance probably isn't happening, right? Like, how many people from Blood and the Clock Tower are going to be on? Probably just like, what, Christian? That's it at this point.
Wait a second.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. We didn't talk about that. Yeah, that Gino on Got to Get Out is just Steven, and he's like being propped up as a normie. Like, he's not even like a BB Can person. So that's funny. And Sean plays like Cedric. I mean, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, that's a shot too of him being like Ethan. I think the difference though between Ethan, like Ethan was poised to do well, but he was tied to these two big names, and they were just like, well, he's like the safe vote in that spot, and also like the person that like isn't as much of a shield. Where like I think with Sean, it's like, does he have a Boston Rob and Parvati to be aligned with in that spot? Well, I think Sean's a lot more alone than Ethan was.
What do you need?
Rachel needs about 40. We're talking about Rachel Riley. Which, yeah.
Thanks, but this is nothing. Won't take long.
Well, no, they didn't go to LA. Like for casting final, like this season, they did it all virtual.
In the meantime, how
for
about
50.
you introduce yourselves?
They do casting finals for the other for newbie seasons nowadays. Like they stopped probably for a while because of COVID, but I believe they're back to doing it in LA. But for 50, it's all virtual.
I'm Rao. This here's Beelzebub. And Thief.
Yeah, New Era All Stars will have Blood and Clock Tower Alliance. Because you got what? You got like Franny. You got Owen. Who's gonna be there, I guess. Who else plays Blood and Clock? I'm like generally blanking. Omer. Marianne. I think Gabby's cut. I'd be shocked if Gabby's still there. Why Summer hate Gino? I know Summer hates JC. Or JC Lynn, that's her name, right? Anyway,
normal for you guys to run around with humans?
because of well, what happened again? I don't remember. I know JC Lynn made racist comments back in the day, but like in terms of what happened recently that caused them to like break up, I already forgot. What'd you miss? Not much. I mean, just rambling on about the same stuff. Yeah, I'm interested to see Got to Get Out. I think it'll be interesting.
I have a name, thank you.
Not broke again, like not friends anymore. Whatever you fucking call it. Like Summer and JC Lynn.
Okay, old man. Maybe we can fix the tank.
Weird that American reality shows don't recognize BB Can. Yeah, it's a shame. Again, like I think it's funny that like is Gino the first BB Can person to be on a American show? Because that's just funny.
already on alert for hostiles after that diversion. We'll fake
They should, I would not be shocked if they do. Well, actually, no. Minecraft movie's coming out soon, right? So probably not. That seems like the type of movie that they would promote. Seems like Summer might be seeing the feeds for the first time. I thought something happened. Like, didn't like Summer, like, because it was Summer, JC Lynn, and Tanisha, right? Because she also hates Tanisha now. And like something happened between them that caused her to hate them now. And then she went on like a big rant on like Twitter and whatever about them. I forgot what exactly happened now. I think I'm talking about BB Can.
Nice job. Your ability speaks for itself.
Jennifer Coolidge's Saving Grace. For which movie?
So,
Jack and Jill?
in the tank too?
Is she in Jack and Jill? I didn't remember her being in Jack and Jill. Was there a BB Can person on The Bachelor? Was there? We're talking about Bachelor in Paradise? I mean, that was Bachelor in Paradise Canada. Like Sam, Pico... Actually, wasn't Godfrey on it? I didn't watch it. I was going to, and I ended up not. And I think Cole Metters was also on it, right? It was like Bachelor in Paradise Canada.
No, but...
Well, Adam Pike was on Canadian's Toughest Challenge, whatever fucking show it is. Like the one that Leica, that's now on the challenge, came from. It's like it's still a Canadian show. I did watch White Lotus. Yeah. I think it's good. Weird. but good.
Got no choice. Climb in.
Oh, is there a Peacock dating show? I have no memory of that.
Hold on.
Yeah, they got Cole Metters there. They got you guys return appearance.
Forget it. We gotta hustle.
Nick Wilson approved the season White Lotus. He definitely will. I would not be shocked if that was like, yeah, it would not shock me if Mike White like got the idea from seeing what Nick Wilson was doing. I'm just getting U-turn next week. Is there a U-turn next week? If there is, then yeah. First thing that looks up when you look up Summer Tanisha. What is this?
Planning to steal the tank off of yourself from the start, were you?
Friendship we missed, thank God. So I made a fan cam. Who was it? I saw the most random fucking fan cam recently. I'm trying to remember who it was. But yeah, I thought about using a Cindy fan cam. Actually, I thought about making a Cindy fan cam for the ending of my BB Can 3 video, but I was like, nah, that's too much work. I don't care enough. I didn't want to like steal one also.
Get in, hurry.
What's going on, White Lotus? Incest is what's going on. Nick's favorite. Yeah, I did see a Candace one. I did see that. Yeah, I did too. I thought it was Brad. I was like, who the fuck is making a Brad Culpepper fan cam? And then it cuts to Candace. I was like, oh, okay, I guess that makes more sense. It's even S. Sorry, it's not even S.
Choice now. We'll have to break through. Time to go loud.
Corey Wharton was on a fan cam. Thank God.
Let me take the wheel for a bit, old man.
I was forced to play Survivor, Big Brother, Amazing Race. Which game would I pick? Survivor.
All right.
Easily Survivor. Like I was actually thinking about this when watching Amazing Race tonight. Like I was like, this seems miserable. I have like no interest in ever doing Amazing Race. Like I'd probably do it over Big Brother just because I think like staying in a house with like nothing to do for like 3 months sounds like really miserable. But like also Amazing Race to me feels miserable. Like I have no interest in doing Amazing Race either. Survivor, I at least like there's at least something to get out of it. But I still also don't really want to do it. I mean, Mario Lanza probably made a Brad Culpepper fan cam. Maybe I am thinking of Candace, like one of the Candace ones I saw. You'll play Amazing Race for airport drama? I mean, how much of that is there nowadays? Like, again, there's a shot. I mean, again, like, Candace was not in the running before. But now Redmond knows more names. Who the fuck knows? Like, we know for sure Candace was not on his initial list.
Just ignore them. Turn left. Stay on your guard.
Yeah, I know that's the thing that Brett Culver has billboards in Tampa. Oh, so you turned vote? Well, then really fuck then. I was looking for Swathi's Boston Rob-esque return. Guaranteed. That's obviously the third New Era person. It's Swathi. Well, I mean, that's how they did the U-turn vote last time on US, right? Was doing it out loud. Yeah, I feel like I remember that. He was on some sort of random show. Was that an American show? The Derek Kessler.
Stay calm. You can do this, Prince. Just aim true.
I think Rupert would have done well in Blur's Water. I think he would have done the same as he had done the last few seasons. Like, probably makes, like, at least merge. Like, I think he has a smooth ride. I don't think anyone's targeting Rupert, but also it's like, I doubt he makes it to the end. Actually, realistically, he definitely could be a pre-merge boot on that season, though. Like, based on, like, pre-game, like, relationships and everything, and how the season played out, it's like, he definitely could have been a, like, post-swap boot.
Look, they're taking out our tanks. Run for your lives.
Wall return, obviously. I would say it is surprising. Like, I would not be shocked if, like, a Melange Jax person makes it on, considering, like, Jeff... Again, Jeff was, like, did the Mount Rushmore of his favorite seasons. And, like, every season he mentioned are seasons that we know people are, are in the running from outside of Melange Jax. Like, where we had, like, Redmond had not heard of a Melange Jax person, so it's like, again, it would not shock me if there's a Melange Jax person. Again, not Ficky.
I'd be bored without
It's probably like David. Like what, David, maybe Will Wall. Really, I think David's the only one that actually makes sense considering the caliber of people we're hearing. Yeah, Jay, actually. Jay, maybe.
Let's press ahead.
I don't know, though, because I feel like they would want Malcolm over Jay. But again, are they the same archetype? I don't know, but... Yeah, I don't know where Jay stands with them nowadays. I mean, we know that about
You should try heading over there.
Colleen. That they've always called Colleen, and she said no. Malcolm could decline. I would not expect him to decline, though. Where, like, last time he was asked, which I don't remember if it was at the time of 40 or when exactly it was. But he essentially said that, like, I would come back, but I obviously have, like, a lot more priorities now to where, essentially it's, like, not a guarantee. But I think he would want to come back.
No, not that way. Keep pushing forward.
Where, then? Not there. Yeah, Elizabeth Hasselbeck. I mean, again, like, I think Elizabeth Hasselbeck is someone that, like, if they call her now, like, I don't know, it's not all around possibility. What the fuck else is she doing? But yeah, obviously it turned out to be Colby. That Redmond knew. Well, also, the thing about Elizabeth Hasselbeck is because, like, All Winter Survivor was claiming that Elizabeth Hasselbeck was in the running. Which, like, All Winter Survivor is not a reliable source at all. But it's not like it was, like, no one was claiming... Like, it's like there was someone saying that she was on.
No, not...
So we're mixing out the fact that Redmond at that point said that, yeah, I heard about 2 Australian Outback people. It's like, okay, I mean, maybe. But obviously, yeah, he later confirmed it was a guy. The courtship. He's only Canadian on the cast. Thank God they decided that Derek Kessler was the person they need to bring for that. I think Malcolm would be a pretty bad winner pick if I were to guess, but I love Malcolm. I would wish he would do well. I would not expect it.
Well, in that case,
I think like Merge Boot is probably like Malcolm's like trajectory every time he plays at this point. Saying that Liz is the 4th best AU winner. I mean, AU winners are kind of shit. Is she the 4th best? I think I have her like 6. Is this the confessional about like you're gonna get second again or whatever?
The way that you're playing, you're gonna end up second again.
Yeah.
And we got the $500,000.
Be a confessional. I don't know what any of this means. Oh, it's okay, cool. End tutorial, thank God.
There we go.
Actually, yeah, who is the winner pick right now? Like, of the people we're assuming are going to be on 50, like, who would be the winner pick right now? I think my winner pick, like, of the people I'm assuming are going to be on might be Jerry Manthe at this point. Wow. Because, like, again, we're like now knowing like further like who's like potentially in the running. It's like, you know, like I'm not expecting Colby to win this season. Sean Rector, I'm not expecting to win this season. Like Stephanie LaGrossa, I think has been shown to be very messy.
Welcome indeed.
Suri is Suri. So I doubt people are gonna let her get to the end. Who else? Like I don't know. Like Malcolm is not winning if he's there. Christian's not winning. This actually, I think this is Christian's looking pretty bad right now, right? Like this is bad for Christian. The fact that there's no new era or like very little new era. I think that's very bad for Christian. I think Christian's like primed to be a early boot at this point. What's Karn doing? I mean, what a question. Yeah, I think it'd be fun if Suri wins. I think it'll make her return feel worth it.
We'll be walking soon.
I mean, Colby seems to be in pretty good shape now, right? Coach probably is set up fine if he's there. Don't know if he's there though. The thing is, like, yeah, I assume Coach wasn't on basis of social media activity. Technically, Redmond has not said anything that would not, like, that would imply Coach has been cut. So, maybe Coach is lying? Maybe? Well, again, so was Taylor. Taylor was rumored for Traitors, and now she's on fucking Amazing Race, so. Also, like, Redmond himself has said that he has not heard about Coach on Traitors. He's actually heard about Tyson on Traitors, not Coach. But also he doesn't know. He only knows Tyson and Kaser, I believe.
Endless fighting, I didn't.
But again, like that would also mean that like, but like CBS has an exclusivity contract. They're not going to allow her to be on Traitors. I think this is actually good for Dominic.
I'm glad to have another gearhead around.
Again, like any non-new era person, this is good for. Like I think this is good for Dominic. I think this is good for like Chrissy. So I think their odds with New Era in there were pretty bad. So like now where New Era is essentially like almost gone, it's better for them. I don't know if that means they're actually on. Like it's still not like it's not like they're locks or anything now, but like it's definitely a better spot than they were with New Era there. The Genie chances increasing, are they? Because yeah, I think they want big names to promote 50 with.
That's a temporary
I think
fix.
it's the big thing. Oh, you were thinking about Derek, not Adam? Okay. Yeah, if Amanda's there, Amanda's a decent winner pick.
Well, can't you do something, Ace Mechanic?
New Era players at war. I mean, I think they just need to do a second chance season. Like, I think that's fine enough. Unproblematic King Vince, obviously.
The parts, yeah, and the tools.
Is 50 old vets versus older vets? Kind of. With a sprinkle of, like, probably, like, Q. And, like, I don't know, Jonathan, maybe.
You know,
and Genevieve, maybe. Again, like, this is Amanda from, like, what, 15 years ago? Actually, last time she was a runner-up was, what, 17 years ago? Like, it's obviously a very different Amanda. I mean, I would not be, like, because again, like, it's 50. Like, I get that they would want big names for 50. My bigger issue is the fact that they have not had an opportunity to bring back all these other people before or like potentially after, because I'm very worried that they're not going to do another returning season after. Like if we knew for sure 54 was like a returning season or something, then this would be fine. Like I'd be like, okay, I think Carolyn will probably be on that. I think like Jesse would still have a chance. But yeah, I think in a world where like I don't know if like Jeff is already seemingly like pretty like anti-returning season. I just don't know if that's gonna happen. I hope it happens.
I think, but don't quote me on
Maybe
that.
Q wins because you think he's a character, not a gamer. I think Q's one of the first boots if he's on at this point. Well, again, Genevieve we also don't actually know is on. We just know that she's not cut. Because again, like Redmond does not know of the New Era people. He does not know who is on. He's not heard about anybody on seemingly, but he just knows that 3 people from his original list are people he has not heard about being cut. With again, implied to be Q. Again, a 47 woman. The 47 woman he heard about first, which would be Genevieve, I think, and then someone else. I don't think Jeremy says yes.
Well,
actually, I don't know. New Era, who knows? Actually, like 39 Day Survivor. I think Jeremy says no. 26 Day. I don't know. Like, probably not though, but maybe. Because again, with Jeremy, like the big thing has always been that like he hates the actual like surviving on the island part. Like I think he's fine to play the game of Survivor again. He just doesn't want to actually like spend 39 days on an island and like go through the like emotional and like physical toll that is. Yeah. So like 26 days, I don't know. Maybe Jeremy would be more willing. Like I think again he's openly campaigning to go on A vs World 2, so like he's definitely willing to do 14 days or whatever, or 16, however, 16 days, right?
Only heard rumors.
So I don't know, 26 days, 10 more days, don't know. Again, Carolyn and Jesse got cut. Looks like 40 or 50 is almost like, almost entirely no New Era.
Well, what have we got to lose?
Yeah, 16 days. Maybe 16 days is his limit, maybe. But yeah, I think like 50 Castle pretty much like I would expect to be locked in within next week, right? Like I assume because yeah, we know the cuts are obviously happening. Like Redmond, so the way Redmond said it is that he knows that some have been confirmed, some have been cut, and then some are in limbo, and that was how he phrased it like 3 days ago, I think. So like obviously some people know they're on the cast. And as of a couple days ago, some are just like not getting called, but obviously more cuts have been happening since then. So it's like I don't know where it necessarily stands, but again, we won't know the 50 cast for sure until filming, so 2 months from now. I think we will hear like Redmond himself has said that he'll like post hints towards the cast. Once he knows it, like he'll like potentially like say seasons and like gender and that sort of thing. I would not be shocked that there's like some other source that like tries to leak things, but the question is like how reliable are they? How many alternates there'll be? I mean, I think at most 4, but like probably 2, like 1 male, 1 female. Especially without diversity mandate in play, it probably is more likely to be only 2. Again, the current, it's looking like it's probably 20 people currently, but don't know for sure. Like again, Redmond implies that he thinks it's 20, but he doesn't know. But based on like people he's hearing and like that sort of thing, he thinks it's 20. I hope there's a Rock Drawn AU. Again, I've been saying it for a while. I'm shocked there hasn't been one yet. Who screams alternate? I've been saying Davey for a while. I don't know if Davey's still in the running though. Like I would expect Davey to be cut by now.
Here we go.
So like maybe Coach is like the alternate. Maybe that's what he's so pissed off about.
Stay vigilant. Be prepared to engage.
Rock at this point would make a lot of sense. I mean, who are the like? So the preview implies that it's graduates versus non-graduates, right? But like, are the non-graduates really working together to go to Rocks? Like we got what, Logan? Who is it? It's Logan, Kate, Morgan, and Kristen. Like that's a very random grouping of people. I feel like. I guess really it's just the bronze plus Logan, right? But still, it's like I feel like that's not that logical. I don't know.
It'll come down. My kind of plan. Let's get to it.
Yeah, it's like I could definitely see people flipping. Like I don't know if this is like a solid enough group to where like no one ends up flipping there. What men do they have for 50? What do you mean? Like who's like people we know are in the running? You know what, like Colby, Sean Rector, Christian, Davey at a point. I assume he's probably cut by now. Tai Trang is probably there at this point. Q again is seemingly still in a spot where he's at least not cut. Yeah, I found that very weird. Like I feel like Logan, like the fact that Logan's like really calling out how like this is her move and everything too. It's like this is a bad move. Like why are you so like happy about this? Like Karin's like one of the only people that like seemingly like generally wants to take it to, and like again maybe this Barry's alliance actually plays out. But, like, I would not have faith in this alliance. For AJ to be wanting to go to the end of me.
Is there any way across?
You would have to lower the bridge.
Yeah, like, logistically, I don't see how it goes to rocks. But I hope it does. I hope there's, like, something weird that happens along the way. And they, for some reason, go to rocks. Best friend's working for Survivor Quebec. That's a shame. That's kind of insane that they like that they air so quick to filming. Yeah, I think that's the issue, right? Is that this is essentially like a mix of heroes, villains, and game changers, with like a sprinkle of other random people. Like the way it's sounding is that it sounds like what probably like 2/3 at least are going to be people that have played again already.
Nice work.
There we
I'm
go.
impressed.
Way to go.
I don't expect Courtney
Good job,
Yates.
Prince. Now we can
Maybe
be
2
on
people
our
flip.
way.
Could happen. Like, I remember that was the worry about Legend X, right? That's why that rock draw happens. That people were worried about 2 people flipping, so no one flipped, and that caused the rock draw. 5 most likely to be on 50. Suri is the most likely right now. I'd say Suri, Stephanie Negrosa, Jerry Colby. Maybe actually, I'll probably put Christian still. I don't know though, because like, if we are like talking about how like is majority multi-time players, I think I probably should focus on them. Yeah, Albert Bracco's a potential person. There's a chance. Devins again. I think the issue with Devins, again, we haven't heard anything about Devins. I would like logically, I would think so, but also logically, I thought Carolyn would be on. But yeah, I'm still expecting Devins. But again, there's just like nothing that says Devins is in the running outside of just like assuming he is. Was this about EC Shadows? Oh, it says sign in required. I guess I'll do it on here. Struggle seeing AJ putting his game up the rocks. Yeah, I don't know. I assume he wouldn't want to, right? He'll probably threaten it, though. Which I assume is what he's doing. What is this? Turning on the hell site. I forgot about that. Elon Musk went on like a rant about Hassan, right? Yeah, that's kind of funny. I actually did get like, I don't know, spoiled. I don't know. I saw some stuff about AC Shadows. Which, yeah, I really don't care. It's like, I'll probably play it on stream at some point, but like outside that, I really don't fucking care about AC Shadows.
Hold on. What's this switch here?
Love how after all that nonsense, Karin ends up voting for Zara. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, I really, like, it's like, yeah, it's like weird because like you make the entire move to not turn on Zara, but then you end up like turning on Zara anyway. It's like you could have just like stayed and not done anything.
What gives? You smell kind of.
I also felt like a lot of it was like, I don't know, like very like ego driven, right? It was like Karin, like it was like very like Brandon Hansey, in that she wants to be the author of her own fate.
Do I really smell weird?
It's that you can't vote me out, I'm gonna take myself out.
Trust me, my nose is top notch. What stinks is your fixation on people.
Yeah, I think these episodes were good, these last two in particular. Yeah, the season's been picking up. Yeah, I think the like last few pre-merge episodes was like an all-time low for the season, but I think the like post-merge has been pretty good so far. She told Zara to go for Miles and not AJ.
Bro, there's a weird plane headed on big one.
Actually, why did they go for Miles, actually? I don't remember. Oh, yeah, because they were, because, like, they thought Miles was, like, more of a consensus, right, at that point?
What?
Yeah, Miles, I think, is still winning. Like, the editing of the poly. I thought there were funny segments there. I would say, like, looking back on the season especially, like, there's a lot of, like, fun little editing moments on this season. Like, now I started work on the review. As you did notice, that I think they've been, like, trying to do a lot more, like, yeah, editing stuff. That's fun, but... again, I think Kaylin's the only other possible contender, but even then, I still don't have faith in AU to edit people that way. I think it's more likely Kaylin's losing finalists. Like, if I were to get... I would say Final 2 right now is most likely Kaylin Miles. I think that's my guess. I think Kaylin takes Miles to the end thinking that he would beat him and then loses. Because, like, no one respects Kaylin's game. In a spot where he tries to do the Christie, essentially, and no one believes him. Like, that's my, like, presumed ending to the season.
Stay hidden.
They mute the colors and... Yeah, they, like, put a filter over it, right? Like a black and white sort of filter to it. And they had the like thing of like Paulie just like sitting on his own with the sad music playing.
Tank 104, report.
Yeah, it's like that's the thing with Kaylin. Like it's essentially the Godfrey. Like I think Kaylin is essentially playing Godfrey's game from BB Can 3. It's like you're playing this like very like intentional like sort of like behind the scenes sort of game, but it's like it's like it's good if the game was just to get to the end, but you also have to have the respect to win the game. And I think you playing up that persona so much just makes it less likely they believe you when you like try to like take off the mask. And again, it works for Christie because she was against somebody that everyone hated, or most people hated, in Lee. To like I think with Kaylin, it's like he would need to like be at the end against like AJ in a spot where like no one respects AJ, which I don't even think we're gonna get that. Like if AJ gets to the end, it's like yeah, I think like people like Karin will probably be annoyed at him, maybe Logan. But, like, I think majority of the jury will probably still respect him, right? Like, if he's at the end against Kaylin, it's like, I think he gets, like, Miles. He gets, like, Kate and Morgan. I think Laura is still someone that'd be willing to vote for him, especially considering how... Actually, even then, like, Karin's, like pretty anti-Kaylin on the jury, right? So it's like... Yeah, I think AJ would probably just win. Probably be fun returning. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. I think there's other people I'd probably want to see back, but he'll be fine, though. I'm assuming he's coming back. Like, considering like Australian Survivor liking to bring back people, it's like I feel like he's of the caliber that you would expect on the next like returnee season.
Start
I've actually not seen the Jory Villa videos for myself. I don't remember. Like, I believe last time they did post them on YouTube. I'm not sure if they're doing it, but I've heard that the Karn one has what, like a segment of like Karn and Laura like bashing on Caitlyn, talking about how dumb he is. Yeah, I don't know who Caitlyn beats. Like, if the jury is this, like, anti-Caitlyn on the offset, it's like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean...
Let's just see how things play out.
Like, even though we're not seeing much of Morgan, like, I would assume Morgan beat him. I would assume Kate would beat him. Again, Miles and AJ, I assume, beat him. Who else is on this season? Logan probably beats him, maybe? I don't know. There's some, like... But then again, Logan has a lot of friends on the jury right now, at least. It's like, I don't know. Wish for to get Ponderosa back? Yeah, that's not happening.
Old man, the plane is coming back.
What?
Yeah, next season actually is second chance, like that initial rumor said. I think Paulie's definitely back. Actually, I think the question would be, does Paulie want to come back? Because Paulie obviously, like, by the end, does not have a great experience here. So I think that's the one thing I would question. But I assume they would want him back. Should do fans' favorites. I mean, I'm shocked they didn't for this season. Oh no, I think it was last season I was expecting, right? One of the seasons I was expecting fans' favorites. Maybe it was this season actually. Actually, I wasn't for last season because last season they were like talking about like intentionally trying to like build up their returning player pool. But I did see a rumor that the AU's intending on going back and forth between newbie and returning seasons. That they're going to do 2 seasons a year, and essentially, like, one's going to be the normal newbie season, the other one's going to be like a shortened returning season. But like, I don't know how true that is, considering it's like, I think anybody could just make that up. Based on like, that's what's happening this year. What am I meant to be doing? Wait, how do I shoot? What? Why isn't that letting me shoot?
Hide behind a rock if you need a quick breather.
Cool. Need Kirk from 2016 back? I mean, I would like to see it. I doubt it, but I'd like to see it. Much more A's love returning seasons than us hating them. Or you mean US hating them? That's what you mean. Yeah, I think it's like kind of. I wish it was a medium. I think AU does too many returnees, and like I think the way AU does it is obviously in the way that like US used to do it in like the 20s, and I think that's too much. But yeah, I wish it was like a middle ground. I think like every, I don't know, like 6 to 8 seasons have a returning season. Want Jared back? I mean, I doubt he would be back, but he's kind of boring. I mean, he's fine though. Like, I don't dislike him, but yeah, he's just kind of bland.
It's only a matter of time before nothing's left of us but a smoking crater.
Is it they're actively against fans or favorites? Why exactly? Is it because they don't cast fans? Yeah, they'd be like, oh my god, we can't even do fans reviews. Who the fuck are the fans we're gonna cast? There's no fans on Australian Survivor. Jen Louise would be fine. She's fine the first time around. I think it's probably, I don't know, I'm not expecting her back, but too bad I wasn't expecting Sam Webb back, so.
That's still as much as a normal car.
Yeah, Dude, yeah, returning to recruits, the best theme ever. For the best pre-merge in the new era? Probably, yeah. By the end of it, yeah. Like, what were the other considerations? I think other considerations, what, 45, 47, probably? Yeah, I think it's better. Eden, I would expect back. Like, Eden, I think, is someone that definitely they would bring back. Barry back. I can't wait. Need Dez back.
I can't believe it. They're doing it.
Friends with U.S. actual fans? Yeah, I guess that's fair. But again, like, AU doesn't even try to claim that they have fans, though. US at least tries to claim that they have fans. Different, like, Fans for Favorites 1 is, like, not that egregious. It's not great. But, like, I don't know, I think it was, like, 6 out of the 10 were fans, I think, right? So I think, yeah, who recruited that season? I think, like, or at least, like, recruited not a fan at all. I think, like, Alexis, I think Nally Bolton, if I remember right, but I could be wrong on that. So I think Mikey B was a fan. Joel was a fan. Chat was not a fan. Chat was a recruit. But Tracy was a fan. Kathy was a fan. Was it Jason was a fan? Eric was a fan. So yeah, it's at least half. So at least that's something. Then yeah, Fans for Favorites 2. It's like you have Sherry, even though I believe her husband was the bigger fan, but Sherry was still a fan. Then you have what was her name? Laura Alexander. And then you have Michael and Matt, right? And then Allie. Allie was a fan, right? I think she was recruited, but I believe she's a fan. But yeah, like Hope was definitely recruited, knew nothing about the game. Eddie was recruited. Actually, no, Eddie applied, didn't he? But I don't think he was that big of a fan. But I think he applied. I could be wrong on that. Reynolds was recruited, knew nothing about the game. Shamar was recruited from like a YouTube video or something, right? Is there a reason why Devin Pinto hasn't been in conversation? I just don't think people are expecting Devin Pinto. Well, like, we know that Redmond does not know Devin Pinto, considering Redmond knows one, or like, again, until recently, it could change, but like, before his original list, it was one HHH person, it was a woman, and I assume it's Chrissy. So we know that he was not on Redmond's initial list. I would assume he's not in the running because, again, it's been a while. Also, the fact it's not like he's the biggest name in the world, and also he himself said that he would not play again unless it's Blood vs. Water with his mom. So, I don't think he's clamoring to play again, and I don't think they're clamoring to bring him back. Where I think for his archetype, I think they're more likely to pick Jay.
If that's true.
Especially considering it's like around the same like period of time. I think it would work better nowadays. Like, obviously the favorites will still have like an advantage, but I don't think it would be like to that degree of how it was back then. Because I think like nowadays, I think the fans would most times come, like, I think the fans are so big nowadays that they would come in and play like Edge of Extinction, where I think they would realize how much advantage the favorites have and like would try to work together. I still think there would be like some like people that try to work with the favorites, but even then, like like the game's so dynamic to where like I don't think the favorites themselves are going to stick together. So I think Fans for Favorites actually would work better nowadays. But also I'm not expecting them to do it again anyway. I need to do that actually. I need to do what if was it Star 46 was Fans for Favorites? I haven't done that yet, have I?
Taken even more damage in the last battle.
No, Parvati was recruited. She had never watched Survivor, I don't believe, until she was recruited. She applied for Amazing Race, I believe, is her story, and I got transferred over to Survivor. Ashley Nolan, I can't wait. Last time I heard of Ashley Nolan, she had like an OnlyFans, right?
That down fast.
Amanda, I believe, was a casual fan. If I remember right. Like, she wasn't like a diehard or anything, but she had at least like watched the show. Or was recruited, never watched the show, and then like got put on at the last second. Like, he literally went on the show with like no like knowledge of the game at all. Yeah, Parvati applied for Real World also, Real World Paris, and got cut. Like, she was gonna be on the season CT was.
Something's on the ground near the tank.
What's the goal of casting recruits over fans? I mean, the goal is having entertaining personalities that you would want, or like, I guess not entertaining, but people that you would want on Survivor, which at the time is a mix of entertaining personalities, but also just hot people. But now they don't need hot people. Now they can get ugly super fans. Let's see, Cook Islands. I mean, we're on like what? Cook Islands 35? Is that what it is?
Getting caught off guard puts you at
like no one gets that joke, right? I need to re-listen to Evolution Strategy. It's been so long. I actually generally want to re-listen. It's so weird now though, because like that was what 18 seasons ago that they made that. It's like how outdated is it? It's so like so weird. I think Sandra was like a casual fan. Like she applied. She had watched the previous seasons. But it's not like she's like this die-hard person in the online community.
Prince, I beseech you.
I believe that season like Ryan Shoulders was like the person cast as like the fan. That was like his like thing. Is that he was like a super fan. Yeah, I mean, Parvati definitely should have been on challenge. Like she was a boxer at the time, right?
Is someone talking?
Hotties versus naughties. I mean,
turn off the radio.
Imagine being put on the ugly try. Imagine that's a thing. No, Amanda, Amber and Jerry were applicants. I believe all of Australian Outback were applicants.
Supreme Commander Zayu.
Because like obviously that was the point where like people just saw Borneo and like everyone would be on Survivor. It's like they had so many like applicants to pick from. And like it's, I believe it's the same thing with Africa and Marquesas. I believe Thailand's the first point where like they start to dip in the a bit more recruits. Yeah, Palau. Not everyone was. Fiji is the season that everyone was recruited outside of Gary. Palau, I believe, is 50-50. I believe maybe more than that. I think it's like eight applicants, 20 or something like that. It was like a good. That was like the first season where I feel like almost like a good chunk of the cast is recruited. Actually, no, I think it's less. It's less than 50% Palau. I think it's like 12 applicants, 8 recruits. It's something like that. Should RHP email you RSS links to your old TOS copies? Oh, that's interesting. Ghost Island, I think, is like about 50-50 or so. There's a like Ghost Island definitely feels like a very old school, or like not old school, but it doesn't feel in line with the rest of the 30 seasons. Where in the 30s, like I think with like Mission X in particular, they started to transition to more like fans being cast. But like Ghost Island's like the one outlier where like I don't know what happened with that season. Like essentially like with I talked about this in the Palau retrospect, I believe. But like Palau is like kind of the start to me of like this is where recruits start to become prevalent in Survivor, and then it just gets worse and worse leading up to Fiji, where like almost everyone's a recruit, and then it gets better. Like it's kind of like in and out after that, but. Yeah, Guatemala I think is about the same as Palau. Panama I believe is similar thing. Cook Islands is like a lot of recruits because obviously the race theme, and then Fiji is like all recruits essentially. Like I believe the thing about Fiji is that supposedly like a lot of the leftovers from Cook Islands casting, where they recruited a lot of people for Cook Islands, and then for Fiji they were like, well, we might as well use these people. We already have them like in our portfolios or whatever.
Those renegades won't get past me.
To where like Fiji was never like, even though like it lines up to where like it could have been a race divide season, they were never actually going to do another race divide season. But they were just like, well, we might as well use these people.
Honestly, who steals a tank?
Yeah, Mactor era. Yeah, like the 20s obviously is very like recruit heavy. And I think Philippines is like the point where like they start to do ship, and I think One World was like the tipping point where I know at the time like Jeff was very upset at One World, and was like, yeah, we realized we fucked up with the casting, we need to do better or whatever. Yeah, I did find that weird about Metaphor. Yeah, the council doesn't really end up mattering that much. Where like it's weird that we get like all these like meetings between them, and then they just like don't really do anything. I do find, yeah, like I think that's like a disappointing aspect of the story is like what happens with like the like religious like sort of stuff. I feel like they don't really like go all in on that.
Only one way to find out.
Where there were a lot of like I don't know, like set up to like criticism of religion, and like they obviously like deal with that at a point, but like I don't feel like they go that far into it. Mactors, I'm not sure. It's like Mactors, like a term outside that. He's like obviously the intention is like model actor, but yeah, I'm not sure if that's a Survivor thing or. Oh yeah, I guess maybe it is. You look up Mactor model actor and it comes up with Survivor Reddit. Oh no, there's an Amazon book called The Mactor's Guide, a how-to guide for model actors. So, I don't know, it must be like some sort of term, but like.
There's even a bunch near our village.
But yeah, I guess like Survivor's the main usage of it.
A lot more hit and miss the farther you get away from there.
Is Melissa? Wait, if Melissa did not drop at the last minute, do I think Sylvia when? Well, I think the intention, I believe the intro is going to be radically different for Fiji. They weren't going to spend like they were just going to do tribes, but then like Melissa dropped out, and they were like, well, fuck, we can't do 2 tribes to 10 or whatever anymore. So we're just going to put them on like together for 3 days, and we'll figure it out. So I believe like the opening to Fiji was supposed to be like radically different. Like she like fucked everything up to where like they had to cancel all their like initial plans.
Spino, huh?
Yeah, there's definitely like plot threads that don't seem to go anywhere.
Spino's just on the other side of these
With metaphor.
Come on, let's go in already.
Oh, it's in the Urban Dictionary.
See the sights in a whole new town.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, I did find that very funny. Like that was so like like in your face or whatever. The Heismay stuff. She literally dropped out as they were going, like getting on the boat. She had a panic attack, like the boat that they got, like they sail out on. Like when you see on like Survivor like 47, like they're all on the boats at the beginning. Literally, as they get on the boat, she has a panic attack and she quits.
Even more run down than I'd imagined.
Like she literally, yeah, she has like a cast photo. She has everything. It's like she literally quits at the very, very last second. Yeah, I did see this about Justin tweeting. That's why I didn't tell Cedric. Which, yeah, I mean, maybe he's higher on the player ranking because of it.
Can we really repair our tank here?
Okay, it's even in that it's used for Survivor. Yeah, maybe it is a thing that the Survivor community just made up, like initially, and then spread to some like people after that.
My visitors are rare around these parts. Are you folks travelers?
Best pre-entry in the new era, I can probably. I saw there was a lot of like there's a Reddit post debating Justin or Jenny, and like a lot of people were saying Jenny, and I think you're wrong. Like Justin, like Jenny was at least like a target, right? Like obviously, yeah, Jenny gets screwed over, but like so is Justin, and like with Jenny, it's like Jenny was being actively targeted by 2 of the people there. Towards like Justin wasn't even being targeted by anybody. Like Mary wasn't targeting Justin. Say and Cedric weren't targeting Justin to begin with. He literally gets taken out because of fucking what was it? Of Shauna Dark, and even after that, he's not even like actually like meant to go home.
But I'm afraid that I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
Like with Jenny, it's like she actually had like 2 people like actively against her. Yeah, I don't personally get that. Like people like talk about Jenny as like, oh, Jenny needs to be on 50. It's like, what the fuck did Jenny do? It's like, yeah, she got screwed over, but she was fucking boring on the show. Like she didn't do anything. Like, why do we want to see Jenny back? Like I think if I'm doing like who I want back from 42, I don't even know if she makes top half.
Hold on a minute, Mayor Tor. We're not here to cause this.
136 chance of going home. Why is that? I assume the Shauna Dark is one thing, but would Miles be better winning Tom Schwartz? No, I think he's worse than Tom Schwartz.
That's odd.
Tom Schwartz, I don't even think is like the worst winner in the world. Yeah, right now for me, Miles is in the tier of like Mike Holloway, Rachel, Ben, like that grouping. Like Michelle Fitzgerald, probably like a spot above Michelle Fitzgerald right now.
You know who I am, young lady?
Like, I don't think it is a joke. I think people generally like want to see Jenny again. And again, a lot of the again, like there's always been this like robbed goddess sort of like part of the fan base that just wants any like woman that got under edited or screwed over to come back, like the Michelle Yee stans. Yeah, who else is there?
Longo. I know only one person by that name.
Oh yeah, the one. Yeah, I forgot about that too. Yeah. The odds of him losing his vote and everything. Who's played the best game at AU up to this point? I think Karin, but
He wanted me to give you this
like
letter.
obviously she blows it up at the end. Like I have Karin 1 on the player ranking. I think you could debate it with Laura, but even then it's like Karin's better position than Laura. For a while, Laura gets like idled out. It's like, you know, Karin makes it what, like 2 more votes after that.
Why, this is the symbol of the rebel army.
The Divas stands. Trying to play too passively and too obviously. Well, yeah, but Laura is Laura better?
So, the old war horse is
hey,
still
Ja.
kicking, is he?
How far in the stream are we? Oh, we're almost 4 hours in.
Do you trust me now?
I kind of forget the next stream's gonna be the daytime stream because I generally have like not really thought about it that much. That's gonna be like we'll see how that goes. Like, straight up, I did not like last daytime stream. I feel like that was actually like miserable. And too fair, I was sick during it, and that probably played a factor of into it. But like, I did not have fun at all like during the last daytime stream. Two daytime streams ago, I thought that was good. The Tales from Borderlands one. But yeah, the Life is Strange one was kind of miserable for me. But let's see how this one goes. Yeah, I Karin 1. Paulie, I think I had like 5 or something. He was relatively low. Like I know Laura, was it Karin, Laura, Ben, PD are above? Yeah, so I think he's 5. I think he's like 1 spot above Jesse.
The man who raised me is an old friend of the mayor's. That's all.
I think Jared would have been just bad survivor. I mean, I assume so. Or at least like, actually, I think Jared could do better on Survivor because there's like less time to like irritate people and like, and I don't know. It's like I think like the faster paced game probably helps Jared. But also I think like archetype wise, Jared is very helped in Big Brother. Where like I think Jared's just the type of player that would like take control early on in Big Brother. But yeah, I could see his like messiness not coming back to. But no, it was the other one. Life is Strange is the one that had the Phoebe Sarah thing. That was also part of what made that. Like I think that's also like the fact that like 2 hour or probably more than 2 hours of that stream ended up being dedicated to me trying to find this Sarah Phoebe photo and not even finding it. It's like what the fuck am I even doing? I think my 2 favorite streams, at least I can think of, are the Tales from Borderlands daytime stream, and the AC Origins. I think AC Origins daytime stream is still my favorite because that's the one that I think felt the most like, it felt like a journey. I like from beginning to end, and like there was just like so many different like eras in that stream. So I think there was like, I think like yeah, there's like vastly different topics throughout it that I kind of remember. Where like Tales from Borderlands kind of like all blends together, but also it was like such a long stream.
But it's well maintained.
That that one also felt like kind of a journey. Like Life is Strange just felt like me like struggling, and because I was sick. That was like when I was sick. Which again, that was when I recorded my 50 guide to every player's returning chances video. But yeah, I was sick that day, and then also yeah, like what 3 hours of that stream were just me looking for that fucking photo. Gumbo made a video about Eva's autism. That's interesting. Like, what kind of video? Let's see Jenny standing, going to J Maya, who screwed over way more. Yeah, why don't more people stand J Maya? See, that's a travesty. Do I have to be the main J Maya stan? Cedric and Ty won. Oh, good for him.
You won't see a full-service pit stop nearly.
Better player Pauly Calafiore. I think Pauly Calafiore is definitely better. Like, I can't even, like, did Pauly do anything good on, like, this Pauly? I'm not in the Discord. Well, actually, I think I am, actually, aren't I? I think I actually am. I just never look at it. But, yeah, I'm on the Reddit. I never post anything, though.
I suppose.
Yeah, see, what Discords am I in? I'm in, Sasuke Vault, as always. Is As Always? Oh, yeah, I guess that is the current one, isn't it? Okay. Best Lasers Discord. Ninja Masters, which is Sasuke. Last of Us Speedrunning, Inside Survivor, Arch Villains, which is Will Neffs, which is the only reason I don't even know why I'm actually following this. Like, the only reason I did is because I was trying to look at, like, first VODs at one point. But, RGP Discord, yeah, I'm part of the Reddit Discord, Survivor Discord, but I never look at it. But then Don't Nod Speedrunning and AC Speedrunning. Funny, actually, Don't Nod Speedrunning, I've never actually... Oh, no, I did. I forgot speedrun True Colors. I forgot I had the world record in Life is Strange True Colors. What am I at this point with that? Did I get kicked out of the top 3? I have not looked at my speedrun.com account in so long. Like, I generally don't know where I stand on any of this. Not that it really matters anyway. I have 27 notifications. So that's probably not a good sign. Let's see.
Or what the army's up to.
I'm still third on 100%. That's something. Dude, this is so pathetic. I'm fucking 60th place on Left Behind Glitchless. That's so sad. Actually, I never even got a run on Remake Left Behind. Like, I never got a good enough one to submit. I forgot about that. I'm what, 24th on Remake? Actually, I think I'm on, like, last, aren't I? Like, I'm close to last because I didn't take it seriously. Which I want to do another one. Like, I always intend on doing another one. I just never had the time. And, like, at this point, I would have to restudy for it anyway. But yeah, I think that would be the last of speedrun I would go back to. Yeah, 24 out of 28. So that's pretty bad. Then Last of Us OG, I'm 42nd. But I think that's out of, like, 90 or something. So that's not terrible. Let's see. Wait, which one is this? Oh, it's New Game Plus, isn't it? Oh, it's only... Oh, okay, never mind. Maybe it's not as good. It's out 67, so that's not that great, actually. I thought it was better than that. Then, yeah, I'm third at 100% in Life is Strange True Colors. But again, out of how many? I would not be shocked if it's out of 3. It literally is out of 3. Cool. Then again, mine's like super outdated. I had the world record at a point, but yeah, it's outdated. Same thing with any percent, but now I'm at 5th. So that's sad. 5th out of 11, though. I feel like that's actually not that bad. Considering how outdated that run is. And then AC Origins, I'm number 7. Let's see, I have how many? 7 out of 18. That's pretty decent. And I never got the run I wanted to, because I think I still... Yeah, I lost 3.5 minutes on the final split in my PB. So, like, I could definitely get 6th place. That's definitely very possible. Either way. Red started putting Xiaoheen over Joe. I think that's wrong. Johnny's fan Discord. What do people talk about on her Discord? Yeah, I thought that was a good moment. I didn't like how Jeff interjected himself into the moment, but I thought Eva's stuff was all really good. Ruling out Joe as top contender, I think that's dumb. Again, like at the end of the day, like confessionals don't fundamentally matter, especially like when Joe is so prevalent in the episode outside that. Again, the problem is that like I wouldn't be opposed to doing Left Behind speedruns again. The problem is that I have to actually like relearn it at this point because I don't remember it at all. I did recently rewatch some clips from the channel, and I love it. Like I think my second most viewed clip is actually my PB. That's my PB, right? In Left Behind remake is the one that the How'd She Miss? Where like I ran towards the it was literally the final thing you do in the game is kill the final clicker, and like Ellie just fucking runs past her instead of killing the actual clicker. Camille's a better version of Rachel Lamont. I mean, I guess. Is that a good thing edit wise though?
Wait, we're not crooks. You have nothing to fear from us.
I'd be like a 3 out of 5. Ever lower than Thomas and other person. Justin.
Hello? We're demons? You should
I think that is a criticism. That definitely is a criticism.
Scary.
That was Xiaoheen that got to talk about the Thomas elimination. Really, I think that's the biggest criticism of Joe is the fact that we did not get a reaction to him or from him about the like California Girls breaking up. But also to be fair, like he was never really that involved in the California Girls, which also could be a criticism too. But like yeah, I always felt like his story is more so around Eva than it is California Girls, where California Girls just felt like a thing that he was also involved in.
Prince, that's not helping.
But I think the edit makes it very clear that like that's not his real like relationship. Like that's not the one that actually matters.
Sorry for frightening you. We merely want to ask you something.
Yeah, I saw that she's doing something, Mary Shelley related.
Oh? What?
Base 50 cast based on speculation copium. What do you have here? Wait. Oh, for some reason the link didn't work for me. It just took me to like Imager's like front page. I mean, David is more prevalent at least. Was Danger... I never fucking analyzed Don D gameplay because it's so irrelevant. It's all luck-based. Was David in more danger than Jordan? I generally don't remember.
South? I don't have...
Say out last name Cedric Edger. I don't know. I talked about it earlier. I really don't know.
The Royal Army has blocked...
I think I see Cedric at the end more likely than Say, but I could also see Cedric being like split vote tribal boot and Say outpassing him there. So I think it could go either way.
And there's no way around?
I think before this episode, I would have been more inclined to think he split vote tribal and that Say outpasses him. But I think considering in like this episode we got content from him about like knowing that Say doesn't trust him, I think that's better for him. Mind you, Saul. I think Saul, but like worse. Like worse in the game, I should say. Like because I think the thing about Cedric is that we see no like actual strategic insight from Cedric while we do with Saul. I think Saul was actually probably like more dead Edgic wise in the sense that like Saul was like invisible for the first like 2 episodes, where like Cedric's at least there, but Cedric also has like just complete lack of depth in his edit anyway.
If you're set on going, try asking the mayor.
Does that work for you either? I mean, do you have to like pick a thing that like makes it public or something? I don't know how Imager works. Yeah, I mean David Ozzy is very satisfying. I mean,
That old guy.
again, like David's always been like incredible character.
Thanks.
And like obviously like he's like one of the big like names of the season. So I think him winning is like a perfectly fine result. It was good personal content, but no consistent game content. 48. Does he not? I mean, like like we see his relationships with like we see that he's like anti-charity. I guess like he hasn't like I guess his initial alliance but yeah, we now see his relationship with Eva, but like I guess yeah, his like initial alliance that he's a part of, we don't really get to see too much about his relationship with like Camilla, his relationship with Kaio, his relationship with Chrissy. Despite the fact that like him and Chrissy are clearly very close, we don't really get to see that, so that definitely is a criticism.
And how would I do that?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like I was looking at Dondu ratings. I don't feel like they're that great. Like they're very like Big Brother level. So like I don't know how they're like how Peacock has this much money to be giving away.
In that case, our only option is to penetrate the blockade.
Huh?
Also, I love how like because again, I saw some people like claiming that like Dondi's rigged or whatever, and then like one of the criticisms was like if it was rigged, they would have had David give away or win the $12 million. It's like you realize that still means that they have to give away $12 million, right? Unless you're saying this entire thing's just entirely like this isn't even a real reality show, and they're not actually giving away money. But like again, they're not gonna have like they don't if this is rigged, they don't want to actually give away $12 million. You realize, right?
Why are you so determined to travel?
So there's a lot of edits that for sure aren't winning, but I don't agree just simply because like we're in the like new era to where like pre-mergers don't really matter. Like if you were to tell me last season, I would have said Rachel was dead at this point, and her edit just like completely turns around the Mergatory episode. So like I would not like really completely rule out almost anybody. Like I think Cedric is someone that I think I would be close to ruling out. But like not even entirely. Like I don't think Cedric's like dead. Yeah, like actually, yeah, is there anyone that's like complete? Like maybe like Say. Star at least had good content this episode. Again, in a world where like Mergatory is the start of her story, it's like she at least had like this good content here and like her relationship with Eva and everything. I would say Say is probably the most dead to me. Like I just think Say is just way too overexposed for someone that would go on to win. But I mean, like for Kenzie was kind of. But still, I think Say's is also like tinged negative, even like coming into the merge. Where like Kenzie had like negativity in episode 2, but even like by the time we merged, it's more so like Yanu sucks and like I don't know, we're the underdogs, whatever. But like with Say, it's more so like she thinks she's like entitled because she her tribe sucks or whatever. So it's like a kind of a different like portrayal, right?
Them in the Rebel Army's old files.
Yeah, I think it's like more Rome like with Say.
But I suppose you need a real jump button, not records of one.
As opposed to your Insta and then your Insta's private. Kenzie's negativity came from Justin Banu. Yeah, that's fair.
Then again, that girl with you seemed to know her way around machines. Should we try to pick her brain on this matter?
Has Cedric been buried? Oh, yeah, I guess he was, wasn't he? Yeah, because I forgot about the Say confessional this episode. Yeah, so yeah, I would say very unlikely. But I don't know, because like I guess like is this Gabler though? Because like he also got to talk about how like he recognizes that Say's against him. So it's like, is that the Gabler style edit at that point? I'm not sure. Because like Gabler, like the thing about Gabler is like he got negativity, people talk about how much of an idiot he is, and then he would talk in confessional immediately following that, like kind of undercutting that. So like, is that a similar thing with Cedric here? But also, it's like, yeah, I don't think they would edit. That's the thing. I talked about this in the winter edit video. It's like, I don't think Gabler's edit is relevant anymore. Like, I think Gabler, I think they clearly were not happy with the reception of the Gabler win, to where like they're intentionally editing to make winners more satisfying. To where like I don't think they would edit someone like Gabler again. So yeah, I think like essentially, yeah, I would say Cedric's probably out. So yeah, probably Cedric, probably Say. Almost everyone else I think is like, there's at least the world. Yeah, I think everyone else pretty much. Like, again, Chrissy's very unlikely, but not like impossible. Charity. I mean, even Charity though. Like Charity, I think there's at least like to be fair, this episode was pretty bad. I think this episode might take her out, but like I think she at least had like a competent enough premiere. Well, also like the foundation of her relationship with Mitch, to where, like it's at least something. But yeah, this episode in particular was pretty bad. I think like before this episode, I would say she's like still has a chance, but yeah, this was pretty bad. And I think it's clearly set up for her to be like the next Boo or whatever. All right, who is this? Q, Sean Rector, Say, is that Jerry? I think it is, right? Caleb, I don't know if Caleb's there. Kevin? I think Kevin's on. Chrissy, Stephanie, Jonathan, Malcolm, Sydney. Again, I hope Sydney's still on. Genevieve, Rick Devins, Charlie, Suri. Again, Gabby's not in the running. I'd be shocked. Christian, Andy, Amanda, Shan. I mean, yeah, again, I think a lot of these people, again, I would assume, like, right now, I would still have on my list Q, Sean, Jerry, Stephanie, probably Say, but I think with Say, it very much depends on, like, where she lands, I think. But right now, I'd say probably still Say. I don't know, does Chrissy make the cut right now? I don't think so, right? Like, I think it's better her odds, but I still don't think she makes the cut. I could be wrong. Again, no way Kevin's on. I don't think Caleb's on. Jonathan, maybe. Then Malcolm, Genevieve, Suri, probably Charlie. Not 100% on Charlie, but probably. Yeah, Rick, Christian, and Andy's also in that one. I'm not sure right now. Especially if CBS is making the decisions. I'm not sure. But could be. And then, yeah, I hope Amanda. And then probably not in Shan. But, yeah, don't know. But again, they don't know he won on A vs. the World. Like, unless Parvati's leaking that. But even then, Parvati isn't really incentivized to do that because they're super close. And they want to work together. It's like, who's leaking to the cast of A vs. the World that he won $5 million? Like, they'll know that he was on Dondi, but they wouldn't know that he won. I don't believe David was spoiled as a winner until, like, trailers.
Good idea.
Which, by the way, I should mention this. Yeah, the spoiler I assumed was right. Like, so again, there was a lot of speculation over the trailers and stuff. And there was a shot of, like, David celebrating with Joe that I saw that like came to my mind when people were talking about how like the trailer spoiled something. Turns out I was right. Like I was right that yeah, David was spoiled to be the winner in the trailer seemingly.
This town's in a sorry state.
Back in the day, this town was a rebel army base.
Again, they're definitely not casting another. I don't think they're casting a pre-merger based on how the rest of the cast is lining up at this point. Which means Jeff's a liar. He said placement doesn't matter.
Well, I'll be. Is he sleeping?
Yeah, casuals seem to love Charlie.
He looks like a demon.
I think. So, yeah, that probably does help him. Yeah, I watched $1 Million Secret. I thought it was good. I thought it was an interesting like take on the social deduction game.
Seen this guy before, Thief?
They really set up Sean Rector like that. I mean, I don't know if
Nope. Can't say I have. There are enough.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope Sean Rector's still on, right? I wonder. Yeah, like what does CBS think about Sean Rector?
Even I don't know about.
Huh. Maybe we found a new friend then.
Is there a Sarah Wade fan cam? I know there's a Helen. I remember seeing a Helen Lee fan cam at a point. That's right. I believe Helen Lee. Did she get married or did she get engaged? It's 1 to 2. Anyway, good for her. Like, but I was saying, it's essentially like it's again a social deduction game. Like, so again, think of like traders, but there's only one trader. And and there's no murders. And actually, it's kind of like a mix of traitors and mole, right? Because it's traitors in the sense that there's like a banishment where one person's voted out. Their goal is to vote out the traitor, theoretically. It's actually not, again, because they don't know game design. But yeah, there's that. But there's also the aspect of the quote-unquote traitor person has the ability to do a task, which again, like obviously could expose them. But if they succeed in that task, they get an advantage in the game. So in that way, it's like kind of mole-like, right? It's like I do think it's an interesting premise. I think still an issue of the show is that it has the traitors issue that you're not actually incentivized to vote out the quote unquote traitor person. I'm not a demon. Like I told because like if you do, then someone else is just randomly going to get the money anyway. So you're better off keeping that person till the end and then voting them out at the end.
So, cat-like thing. Why were you sleeping here?
And Sean Rutter's not a pre-merger.
Want to know? Then hand over
like Sean Rutter got 5th place.
Something rare?
So for Battle Camp, yeah, that came out today, right? The preseason press for it.
Like this ancient coin. You can usually find them in ruins.
This is definitely a character in Dragon Ball, right? Like this character design.
Here, to commemorate our acquaintance.
Like Trace Quebec twists where everyone must publicly accuse someone. I think that's interesting. Like it's obviously like it feels very like forced like by production. But yeah, I think it's an interesting thing.
Thanks.
Weird to do it at the beginning of the game though.
What's that?
We're like probably would be better if you did it like midway through the game, maybe. I don't know.
Huh?
Where here it just feels like people just throwing out names for the sake of it or whatever, right? Because like, how much do you really have?
Take this storage capital in exchange.
No, it's like yeah, it's a spot where like so essentially the way that like so there's like one person that has the $1 million in their possession. And like the game is essentially that person is essentially the traitor person, right? That's the person that like you have the like the goal is to have the $1 million by the end of the game and you win. But it's like divvied out quote unquote randomly. I don't know how much faith I have it being an actual random, but it's claimed to be random. But once you vote out that person, it's then randomly given to somebody else that's still in the game. So it's essentially like the traitors. If you vote like. It's like if you vote out a traitor, then then randomly someone else becomes a traitor. It's like kind of like that. Yeah, that's what, I didn't feel like anyone really popped on the Traitors cast, Traitors Quebec cast.
I'll give you something even better for it. See ya.
Oh, we're talking about the advantage in the like for the traitor person. Again, they have like a task to get an advantage. If they succeed, then they get like in the first round it was like an extra vote, right? Which is even that helpful. I think the second time it was the ability to give the money to somebody else and you stop being the traitor essentially. Which I think that's an interesting aspect of it too. It's like the fact that you can stop being the quote unquote traitor.
So much as learned why he was
because again, the traitor is the person that has the money. So like this is a world where you can like give up the money to somebody else and still remain in the game. Because like I was in the traitors, like once you're a traitor, you're fucked. Like you have to be a traitor the rest of the game because like you can't just then turn into a faithful. Because then you'll know who the traitors are. But this is a world where like there's only one traitor person. So like in that world, there's a world where you can give up your role as a traitor and give it to someone else and still remain in the game.
If it can really store bots.
It reminds me of Blue Dragon. I mean, it is the same art style. Because Blue Dragon's also Akira Toriyama. I need Blue Dragon's a game I have a lot of nostalgia for. Like I never finished it. I only played like the first like, probably not even half of it. when I was a kid, but I would love to play it again. I do own it. Could play it on Xbox. I think it's a fun show. I actually think it's a better format than Traders.
Wouldn't dream of swiping it. Oh,
Like, obviously, I think Traders is better because the casting is better of Traders, but I think, like, the actual, like, premise, I think is potentially better. Well, yeah, it's obviously long. It's a JRPG. They're all long. But yeah, the host is good. Like, good as, like, a weird, like, eccentric character to be the host of the show. Did, at a point, leak information. I forgot what exactly it was now. But there's a point where I was like, you shouldn't be saying this. Why are you saying this? Oh, yeah, it was that, that's also, there's a challenge every round, to where the winner of the challenge, or, like, so there's a big challenge where, like, half the people win the challenge. Within that grouping of people, they have to decide one person to get a clue to who the traitor person is. And there was a point where, like, and, like, that person is the only person to learn, and that person can reveal to the others what it is if they want to or not, or whatever. So, like, there's, like, again, like, interesting ramifications from that. But, like, the host guy, like, he gave the clue to the person. I forgot what the exact clue was. Was it? Oh, it was that, because, like, it was a clue to what the task was for the traitor person that day, which was, like, to say, like, 5 song titles over the course of the breakfast or whatever. So, like, they told him that, the task was a smash hit or something, to, like, refer to that. But then the guy just tells everybody, like, the rest of the cast, the clue, and then during the roundtable later today, the host goes and says, "Oh, so did you tell everybody the truth about it?" Then he says yes, and then he just unpromptedly, the host says, "So what does that mean, smash hit or whatever?" Like, so you're fucking just leaking the fact that he told the truth to everybody. Like, obviously he could be lying and saying that he's telling the truth. But now you just, like, leaked to everybody that he actually is telling the truth. It's like, he's bad in that sense. Yeah, I know he's an actor. Yeah, I was in Shaun of the Dead and stuff.
Well, you see.
7-year-old's addicted to it. Yeah, I was like 12, maybe older. How old was I? Actually, I don't even think. I wasn't even really a kid. I was like 14, I think, when I played it. I think it came out when I was 12. Let's see, I have it right here. It was 2007, right, when it came out? Yeah, 2006. Yeah, I was 12 when it came out. But yeah, I don't think I played it until I was like 14 or other, because that's when I got an Xbox 360. It was one of the first games I got. Actually, do I own every game that I got with my 360 nowadays? Because I sold, actually, Blue Dragon's one that I sold, and I had to rebuy it recently. And probably spent too much money on it. How much did I spend? I think it was over $20. I probably should have spent it, considering I think the price went down on it again. Because, like, that was a point, like, because there was a point where the Xbox Marketplace was closing. That's what it was. And there was, like, everyone, like, freaking out buying 360 games. I kind of bought it during that, where I probably overpaid, but it is what it is. You're 4 when it came out? Well, that makes me feel fucking old. Which Survivor player has the record of most applications before being cast? I know Dan Foley had a lot. Like, Dan Foley applied every season since season 2, I believe. Dang it, I believe so did Brendan Shapiro. And he didn't get on until season 36. Who else? Wasn't there someone New Era that had been applying for forever? I think it's a few, but... Yeah, was Chrissy applying a lot? I don't remember.
I need the core parts to get started.
Oh, Chrissy 35. Yeah, Chrissy 35 was applying. I thought you were talking about Chrissy 48.
Well,
but I remember, like, Brandon Shapiro was someone that was supposed to be on, like, he was initially in the running for Marquesas, like, in the Hunter spot, but they went with Hunter over him. I don't remember about Katrina. Maybe.
Bummer indeed.
I know Cass applied a lot, right? Like Cass McQuillan.
Surely there's something we can do.
her name is named Christy, places Africa and never got cast. That's pretty depressing. I mean, I think Brendan was like mid-20s during Marquesas, right? Like, well, he was like 45 during Ghost Island. Like, how many years between that and Marquesas? That was 16 years. Okay, yeah. How old was he exactly then?
A Junkers market. Great idea. Is one nearby?
He's 48 now. Yeah, he would have been really young then, wouldn't he?
I wouldn't know. Asking Mayor Tor might be.
Yeah, I see it right here. Okay, actually, no. He first applied for Marquesas, made the semifinals before being cut. Then considered for Legend Jackson, HHH, and made it on Ghost Island. But yeah, he would have been really young then, right? So he's 48 now. So it's 23 years ago. I guess, he was 25. No, that does line up. Okay, yeah. I guess he was just mid-20s. For $1 million secret. What was her name? Lauren. That was her name, right? She was on TV. I think the problem with this show currently is I do think the cast is kind of just like whatever. Where I think if it got like a really, really good cast, I think it could be a much better show. But there is like drama happening. There's like, arguments. There's like alliances happening and that sort of thing. So it's not like...
Hey, old man.
It's not like there's nothing happening. I think Daniel from 42 is almost on the next. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that were like almost in the running for... Like Owen was in... was he in casting finals for David vs. Goliath? Where like I know that's how him and Gabby were like friends before he even got on Survivor, because they knew each other from like casting finals.
It's nearby exactly, but there actually is.
I believe Owen was friends with like Liana Boris before he got on Survivor, right? Which is also very random.
It's right at the foot of the cliff the Lisa battleship juts out from.
Yeah, I didn't watch Inside season 2. I might. I don't know. I still haven't watched season 1 though, so I don't know.
Sweet. Let's get going.
Yeah, So Young was fun. I mean, I guess. Yeah, spoiler, I guess. Oh, I don't mind. He was younger and he actually wasn't Ghost Island. Well, yeah, I mean, I knew he was in his 40s.
Why are you the one getting all excited?
I'm trying to remember, what year was Ghost Island? Ghost Island was what, 2018? Say he was like, what, 41 or so? Well, Davey was the alternate for 37. Well, Davey, I believe, was supposed to be on 38. And then Jared dropped out at 37. They called up Davey and it was like, hey, can you make it?
To a mechanic, a Junkers market is one huge treasure trove.
Also, I believe Dan Spilo was... Dan Spilo was supposed to be on Edge of Extinction, right? It was 1 to 2. David got Edge of Extinction. He was going to be on 1 to 2, but then he got injured, right? So he had to drop out.
Give it like a treasure hunt. Doesn't that get you excited?
What was this? Oh, Battle Camp? I mean, yeah.
I guess.
Like, I would assume I would know half the cast of this.
Then it's decided.
Makes it look like Jim Rice. Does he now? Let's see. Is that? I don't feel like it doesn't look like Jim Rice. That looks like someone else though. I'm trying to remember, I'm trying to think of who that is. That he's like reminding me of. I forgot that Chase was on this.
Hey, no fair.
Like everyone in the bottom, like after Georgia, everyone after that don't know who those people are. But QT to Georgia, I know who those people are. I mean, they just legitimately love Dan Spilo. fact, 4 of the 5 pre-mergers are white. Is Kevin the only non-white? Yeah. That's something. Yeah, I've thought about it. I just don't care, though. We're talking about Worst Tribes. I've thought about best... Like, I think Worst Tribes gameplay-wise could be more interesting than, like, just, like, worse performing tribes. Because it's just, like, I don't fucking care. Like, who's worse between, like, Oolong and Matt Singh and all this stuff. It's like, whatever. But I think, like, worst gameplay-wise, I think could be more interesting to me. Okay. I don't know. I mean, again, none of this, like, this isn't the same Vula. Like, I'm not considering this the same Vula. Like, if I'm considering Vula, I would consider the first, like, the one that went to tribal the first 3 times. I'm not considering, like, this new Vula, like, the same Vula.
I forgot to ask Tor where the Lisa battleship is.
There's no
Vula's definitely amongst the worst gameplay tribes.
That thing's huge. What is it?
Lisa battleship. It seems someone's been slacking on his studies.
Because like, looking at like Matt Singh. Does Matt Singh play that poorly? Not really, right?
Don't you dare.
Like, yeah, they become a disaster tribe, but like I think they were kind of fucked to begin with. So it's not because they like voted out the wrong people or like anything like that. Or like this is a spot where like with N2 Vula is also kind of fucked, but like still, like I do think they vote out the wrong people. If they were trying to. Cool. Wait, so how do I call in the vehicle thing? I already forgot what it was saying. Wait, I think that's the thing is that like Karn didn't want to be safe if like at least initially didn't want to be safe if it meant voting out Karn or voting out Zara, but then voted out Zara anyway.
Close is even more amazing. It fills your vision.
Like I think that's the more perplexing thing. Like I get like Karn being on this like high horse of like wanting to be the author of her own fate and that sort of thing. But I think the fact that she ends up voting for Zara anyway, I think is the most like confusing thing.
Boring.
You do worst player new era after 4. I'm doing worst player new era after this season. Like I'm redoing the best and worst after this season. Also, I feel like it's gonna be weird to do it after 49 because by that point 50 will probably be spoiled, and it's like it's weird to like. And I guess to be fair, not many people knew are gonna be on 50 anyway, right? But so I feel like it's like weird. Like if Q is on 50 and we know Q wins or something, that's like I feel like it's like weird to like not have Q at that point on that. I don't know. It's like I'm doing it after 48. Like it's been 2 years since I did the last one, so it's like, well, I guess like with the best one, but like obviously I didn't do worse yet, but I'll do both now.
By the way, what exactly is a junker?
It's what you call people who make a living finding and selling used parts. They tend to be roughnecks, so don't go picking fights.
Yeah, I'm like, I would be mind blown if I don't get spoiled on 50. Especially considering it seems like the online community, like the Twitter community and everything, is just so open with spoilers nowadays. Like they just don't fucking give a shit anymore. Which I guess to be fair, it's like how much Survivor spoilers are there on Twitter? Like I saw talk about the Rome boot list last season. But like outside that, I don't think I ever saw anything like more than that. And like you don't typically do with Survivor. But like with like Amazing Race here, like you're seeing spoilers like all over the place. Like obviously AU vs. the World was all over Twitter.
Prince, would you please let me have the next turn at the wheel?
There's another show, right? Well, I mean obviously all the challenge seasons.
You're on. Ready?
But still, it does feel like yeah, like Twitter's just very loose with the spoilers nowadays. AJ vote out next week? No, I think AJ's like primed to get to the end. Like, end as in, like, finale week. Which I guess, to be fair, is, like, literally just a week away, isn't it? But I don't see a way that AJ doesn't make top 5. Because I don't know how they portray the season the way they are and not have AJ there towards the end. It's like, what is this season once AJ goes?
When you run into enemies in the desert, taking a head count is a good first step.
Like, I feel like so much of the season's identity at this point is revolved around AJ. And I guess, to be fair, Benji was that way with Champs of Contenders 1. So, like, it did feel like after Benji goes, it's like, it really was like a big loss that season. To where, like, who was the biggest character at that point? I guess, like, what, like, Brian Lake? I guess Shawnee, but, like, to be fair, Shawnee wasn't even that big of an edit on that season.
But if there's a whole junkers,
Try to avoid challenge spoilers at the cast leaks since real mission. Yeah. Like, for me, it just pops up. Like, literally, I was even like with Avers the World, it literally just popped up like on my For You thing.
It's probably gonna cost us a pretty penny.
It's either like Amazing Race stuff too. Also, just like pops up on my For You stuff. Yeah, obviously AJ's barely in first 2 episodes. He did get a Matt chat actually in episode 1, so like maybe think he's started something, but I think like more so the fact that like his edit is so like negatively tinged is more so why I would think he wouldn't win. Sorry, I think Miles is the front runner by a lot. It's where like, yeah, it's like I would say like 80% chance Miles wins, like. Actually, probably 90% chance Miles wins. Like, actually, no, 95% chance Miles wins. Like, 3% Kaylen wins. Like, 1% AJ wins. And I think everyone else shares the remaining percent. Like, Logan's next at that point, but like, again, like it doesn't really matter. None of these people are winning. Doesn't freak sense so far. It's just whatever. I do find like it is interesting the fact that they're doing like different timeline stuff, like not like timeline, but like different time periods, I guess is better way to say it. But also, it's not like I actually care about what's happening at all. Something actually I want to know, like, what does this have anything to do with Dead by Daylight? Because I know it's in Dead by Daylight like universe, but like, what's the actual connection to Dead by Daylight? Because I generally don't know. Because it just feels like if you showed me this game, I'll be like, oh yeah, that's a Dark Pictures game. Like, it doesn't feel like it's like anything different. But I'm assuming it like is obviously connected to in some degree. Gather info.
Who the hell are you? This is our turf.
So the best poker player in Survivor history. I mean, was Tyson didn't become a poker player until after, right? And same with Boston Rob. Actually, no, Boston Rob was a poker player already by the time he won Redemption Island. But I guess that wasn't his like occupation, though, right? But that's a post Robin Amber Against the Odds world.
We don't take kindly to outsiders just wandering in.
We'll be on our way as soon as we get what we came for.
That was between Karin and Miles for a while now, yeah. Well, again, that's the thing. Like, if Kaylen, like, if this is Survivor US, Kaylen might be the #1 contender right now. Like, because I would have faith in Survivor US to tell a thematic, like, storyline in the way that, like, Kaylen would need to win. Like, sure, like, this is the best case scenario for Kaylen this week. I thought his content this week was pretty near perfect. For like a style of win of someone that like is like purposely like undermining their game and then will eventually pop on the show. Like, he has that style of edit if this is Survivor US. The problem is, again, I have no faith in Australian Survivor to edit that way. Sort of, this is a different, like, if this is Survivor SA, even like a perfect edit for Survivor SA. but yeah, Australian Survivor is like the opposite of subtle. Like, I doubt Australian Survivor would be willing to edit their winner in a spot where like they're not just all over the show.
Yeah, I've heard that one before. We don't need even more problems.
Problems?
He's like, even though Liz didn't get the most amount of content early on, she still got a lot of that content with Shawnee. So I feel like they kind of like share that like edit until the point where Shawnee goes. And then it's like really everyone else gets a pretty big edit, right? Like Christy, Christy ends up having the second most confessionals of the season by the end, right? And then like Jericho has a decently big edit. Shane has a quieter edit, but still got like a lot of focus at points. Pia obviously got like a very obvious winner edit. David got like a very obvious edit. Haley got a very obvious edit. Mark got a very obvious edit. So it's like Ferris, like, again, was a massive character on the season. I did not expect him to win by the end, but again, he did. Yeah, like Kaylin's just like barely on the show for most of it.
No, what should I do? It's the end for me.
He's winning as so obvious, yeah. Like Haley is one that like I thought from the premiere, like very obvious she was gonna win, and then she was actually like dead. Like she wasn't even on the show week 2 at all. Like had no confessionals from episodes 4 to 6, and that was the point where I was like, oh, okay. I mean, like, I guess not. And then she pops again in episode 7. I was like, okay, yeah, there we go. And then she was like number 1 from that point on.
I don't want to die without even getting to go on a date.
Well, like I know, like week 2, I was like, I had Flick 1 if I remember right, for like that period. But then after that, I was like, yeah, Haley's number 1 the rest of the time. Yeah, Mark has the most obvious winner edit because like Mark is essentially like a redo of Haley's edit, but then just like never even like off the show like Haley was at that one point.
But my granny told me I'd die if a demon spoke to me.
All the killers were summoned by the entity to do its bidding. Kill. Just cancel the lore.
Then why are you still alive?
Yeah, but he's like Dead by Daylight's like a horror game, like a horror like multiplayer game, right?
You're right. That is strange. You are a demon, right?
Yeah, Blood Rose Water's pretty bad.
Enough of this nonsense.
It's probably I think it's my least favorite Australian Survivor season. I think even amongst like global Survivor seasons, I think it's one of the worst. It has like a couple good moments, but like it's just like not a fun season in any way. Like most of the cast is pretty dull. Gameplay's pretty boring for the majority of it. Editing is very stale.
But I can't.
I think it's worse than 2000, or I think it's worse than Celebrity. I would say it's better than 2002.
Get to the point.
Again, Celebrity Australian Survivor is bad, but it's fun. Like it's just like a ridiculous. Like if you decide to not take it seriously, it's a really like fun season. But it's like the most like ridiculous season ever made. Like what the fuck were any of these production decisions that they made during Celebrity Australian Survivor? Like it's just funny that season exists, which I'm actually going to be rewatching at some point this year. Yeah, we'll see if I care by the end game about casting a Frankenstein. Mel or Michelle, that was her name, right? Sister.
He always has the latest info.
Decent pre-swap. Yeah, it's fine. Like, yeah, beginning of the season's the best part of the season. I think beginning of the season and the very end, actually. Like, the very end, like, there's actually, like, even though, again, the winner's very apparent, like, there's at least, like, some interesting gameplay stuff happening. And there's, like, one early merge round that's pretty good. Outside of that, it's a slog.
pay him a visit.
Even Will Neff gave up on it, as if that's like actually a
Hey, can I look around a bit?
indictment on its quality.
Sure, but don't get lost.
Actually, should I just end? It's fucking almost 4 o'clock, right? Yeah. Why am I still playing? There's not one good round of swap phase. I think the Croc round is okay. I think it's like interesting on paper. Like I think the editing of it's not like I think the episode itself is not particularly great, but I think like the actual like vote off is like interesting. Yeah, has he started SA? I've not been paying attention. Has he started Survivor yet? Technically, the lore is why I didn't like the game, because not knowing it made. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'll probably be the same, right? Because I know nothing about Dead by Daylight. I mean, I was kind of over Sandra's shtick. Nina, I would have obviously loved to see more of, but Sandra, I was like, kind of fine. Especially like the Sandra's thing just felt so like fabricated too. But like it very much felt like they were like really trying to hype her up as a player, like as much as possible, in a spot where like it was kind of clear that like none of the stuff that she was doing actually mattered that much. It was just like probably gonna happen anyway. No, Josh is boring. Like, he even plays the game in a boring way. I think there's like nothing interesting about Josh. Actually, if they were to, I just realized it. If they do Second Chance, is anybody from from Blood vs. Water coming back? Like maybe Jesse? Like, but is anyone else? Like, I don't think they even want anybody, right? Oh, Khan. I forgot about Khan. Yeah, Khan. If he says yes, at least. Which again, I think he'll probably say no. But yeah, I think Khan's really like the only one, right? That they're like super high on. Like even Jesse was someone that was like maybe. Well, Sophie, no, because she burned her relationship production, right? Like, was she like calling out the show for being rigged and everything? Well, Sam isn't Second Chance. Juicy Dave, imagine. But yeah, just general attorneys like Sam, maybe, but I don't know if she says yes even then. Actually, no, Chrissy. I forgot about Chrissy. Chrissy might come back, right? But so there's not many. Yeah, they do Second Chance. Like, let's say next season Second Chance. What is the breakdown cast-wise? Like, I think we're probably getting, like, what, like 6 returnees from Titans vs. Rebels? Probably, like, 6 from Titans vs. Rebels. Probably, like, 6 from Reigns vs. Braun 2. Probably, like, I don't know. How many from Haters and Villains, actually? Is there anyone to bring back, Second Chance-wise? I don't even know if there actually is. Because, like, obviously you got the returnees who were, like, such a major focus. And then you have Liz, who is, like, a potential person to bring back, but she won. So at that point, it's like, who are you getting? Like, are you getting, like, because, again, they're not going to bring back, like, Matt or Jerry. Like, maybe, like, I don't know, would they bring back Ben? Paige? Imagine they bring back Frasier. That'd be funny, right? Yeah, I'm not sure if they bring back anybody, actually, from that season. Do I, like, maybe, like, somebody from Blood vs. Water. Brains vs. Braun will probably have a few, right? Maybe. Like, obviously Shannon, I think, is someone that they could bring back. Like, maybe, like, Kez, potentially. Emmett, right? Danny. I think there's a decent amount of people there. They're like old school now. Australian Survivor. Yeah, like 2019. Is there who did they bring back from that? Like they already brought back Sean. Yeah, is there anybody? I guess. Well, I mean, does Janine count? And also, I don't know if Janine would accept second chance anyway. But I think she wouldn't count anymore, right? Because I think they're probably going to include A vs. the World as her second chance. So actually, it might be more. It might be like, it might be like 7 or 8 people for all you know from like these last 2 seasons. Because yeah, I think they really have kind of blown through a lot of their returnees, I feel like. Because like almost everyone from 2016 or 2017 has been back for something, right? 2016, it's like I think you can get like Craig and Jenna Louise. Like there's like people like that, but like there's even there, like they kind of blew through a lot of those people. Sheriff Center's 1, it's like, I don't know, is there anyone we're dying to see back there? I mean, like Benji, but I doubt he says yes. Oh, yeah, I forgot about Tessa. Tessa would be good. Annalise is interesting. I wonder if those stories are real about Annalise. Vanilla would be good. Connor, I've not seen a single thing from Connor in forever. Kate 2016, But Ron could be fun. Actually, Tegan Heath would be interesting. Tegan, I'm shocked that Tegan hasn't been brought back, or like hasn't been like the running or whatever. Sue's big move. I can't wait. We saw Sue's big move. It was in Survivor 47 when she played the Idol Final 5. What a big move. I'd imagine. Yeah, isn't that the only season that wasn't spoiled? 2017 Australian Survivor by like betting odds. Because if I remember right, wasn't Odette like number 1 in the betting odds in 2017? I feel like I remember that. Yeah. Like I always liked Connor, but I just feel like Connor like just really disappeared. Like I've not seen a single thing of Connor in the online community. Actually, Kat is someone that maybe they could look at. Maybe Andrew. But also, like, I doubt they loved Andrew. But more just the fact that Andrew's, like, kind of around. But yeah, like, from Dungeons & Rebels, like, who would be brought back? Like, Caroline's a maybe. Actually, no, Kirby raised A vs. the World, isn't she? So, would they bring back Raymond? I thought they liked Monica, right? And I feel like Kate kind of takes over the Monica slot. Because I think Kate's very, like, Monica-like. Even if they never want Monica back anyway. Yeah, Val, Kelly, Eileen, yeah, Alex probably. But yeah, like, Raymond, I know is somebody that, like, I know JLP loved Raymond. And even the producers, I think, spoke highly of Raymond. But, like the Mark Forster when he was doing his interview of Shannon. But also, like, he just got such a quiet edit, so I'm, like, not really sure. Yeah, Val... I would say Val, Eden, Eileen are locks. I would not say Alex is a lock. I think Alex is very possible. Actually, I think Nathan also is someone to put onto that list. As someone that'll come back. Yeah, Viola. Yeah, actually, there's a lot of people I feel like from that season. Like this season so far, like again, like Polly is somebody, Laura. I guess we could just talk about in general, right? Like obviously AJ, if he doesn't win, would be like probably one of the biggest names there. Would they bring back Kalen if he doesn't win? I'm not sure. Like I can kind of see it going both ways. Ozzy Miles if he doesn't win is on. Who did that video pre? Yeah, it was like Nathan, yeah, Eileen, Simon, Nick, Flick, which was random. Flick, Henry, now Eggington, that's her original last name, right? The one married to Benry's brother. Yeah, season 1. But yeah, that was so random, right? Considering like they like purpled her on All Stars. Yeah, Max Nash, 100%. I don't know about Rich. I feel like you get one of Rich or Max, and I think they liked Max more. Yeah, Noonan, I think for sure. Maybe Kent. It's kind of seeing how much like hype Kent got, like how much promo stuff like Kent got coming into the season. Yeah, Karin, I think. Yeah, who else? Logan, if she doesn't win, obviously. Yeah, maybe Kate. I doubt Morgan, right? You think she's like a bit too under-edited. Actually, maybe I didn't think about Shay. Shay's someone that maybe could come back, right? From Blood vs. Water. I don't think they'll bring back Monica. Does 2016 swap have one of the worst twists ever? Yeah, I think it's bad. Especially considering this post swap was so long too. I think it's fine if they like did it for like a couple rounds and then swapped again. The fact that they let that go for like 8 rounds or whatever, like that is insane. Like, why'd you do this? Kind of thought Kent versus Miles would be a season-long storyline. Yeah. I thought, well, actually, no, I don't know if I did, because I didn't think Kent would make it that far. But, like, I expected him to be, like, Boot in week 1, though. I thought he'd be, like the Joey Boot spot. Like, he would be, like the end of week 2, like, early week 3 sort of Boot. Yeah, I like Heath. Heath, to be fair, he's not the most, like, riveting TV. But, like, he is, like, he's an affable enough guy. I would rather have Tegan over Heath, but I wouldn't mind both. Yeah, I assume AJ and Logan are both, like, high on their boards. But again, imagine AJ wins and he can't be on Second Chance. Well, yeah, that's what makes it bad. Yeah, alright. Starting to get tired. Might as well end here, right? So, yeah, again, obviously, daytime stream, next stream, on Saturday at 1 p.m. Hopefully. Genuinely, I woke up past 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. What was that? I don't remember what day that was. Was it Monday or was it last Friday? I forgot. One of the days, not that long ago. I literally woke up at like 1:30. So hopefully that doesn't happen this time. We'll see. But I intend on being live around 1. So, and yeah, I'll probably be like a 12-hour stream-ish. Maybe longer. We'll see. I generally don't actually know. I'm not going to try to make it the longest stream ever. Like, if it happens, it happens. I'm literally just going to do what I set out to do, which is the platinum double exposure. To where, like, I need a full playthrough, plus also replaying one section. Full playthrough while getting all the collectibles and all that sort of stuff. And then, like, another, replaying the romance scene from episode 3. So, like, I don't know how long they'll necessarily take. So, like, I know I finished my replay of the game at around 9 hours, I believe. But again, this is with, like, also doing extra shit. So, we'll see. Again, imagine it ends up being 24 hours. If it ends up being 24 hours, I'll just be fucking depressed. Because at that point, I should have just done something better than double exposure. Like, if I was playing a 24-hour stream, I would, like... Yeah, like do the Ezio collection or something, which I don't know if I could stream that like in 24 hours. I could definitely do it on my own in 24 hours, but I don't know if I could stream in 24 hours. But again, I would do something better than fucking double exposure. What were the other ideas? I already forgot. I had other ideas. Like, I was not going to do double exposure. But I was just like, well, I plan on streaming this anyway and like getting the platinum. So I was like, I might as well just do it now. Instead of wasting like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 weeks or 3 or 4 streams on this. But I don't remember what the idea was before. Like, I know AC2 was an idea at a point. But the reason I didn't do that is because I wanted to do that on Xbox. And I don't want to stream from Xbox for a daytime stream, considering it's like a little bit less stable, plus also worse mic. Imagine I did Rebirth. Imagine I did a Rebirth. I do actually. How long is like that? How long is Rebirth? I thought like yeah, it would take more than 24 hours, right? Yeah, I think it was like 35 or something for me when I rushed it. Like God of War was an option, but I think it's like probably too short. And also, I don't really have a reason to play God of War 2018 right now, anyway. Yeah, what else was there? I feel like there were more ideas and like I was like juggling around, but I don't remember what they are anymore. Oh well. Either way. All right, yeah, back on Saturday. We'll probably do some. Again, we haven't done drafts in a while. We'll probably do drafts during it. We'll see how many. I don't know. Actually, we'll probably do the. We'll almost definitely do the updated 50 cast draft. Kingdom Hearts, that was never gonna be a fucking daytime stream. I'll try to play Kingdom Hearts before 4. Like play the series. We'll see how that goes. I think it'll go complete shit, but try to play it on stream. But we'll see how that goes. I need to play Death Stranding actually, but that's more than 12 hours. Actually, Ghost of Tsushima could have been an option, but also I don't know when the new one's coming out. Because I was planning on playing Ghost of Tsushima at some point, but yeah, I'll save that for later, I guess. I'm generally like blanking. Like, what the fuck else was I knew I had a lot of other ideas. But also, it doesn't matter. And if I started Survivor today. Oh, really? I assumed he would have been a Survivor fan. Like, he just seems like the type of person that would have been a Survivor fan over a Big Brother. Like, I knew he was a Big Brother fan, but like, I assumed he would have also been a Survivor fan. It's like kind of weird that he was not one. But yeah, okay, I'm just fucking rambling on at this point. So again, yeah, see you on Saturday. I hit the wrong buttons. That's fantastic. Yeah, see you on Saturday.